of November 1st, 2022 of the school board to order. Thank you everybody for being here. Today we will have an invocation by Minister Sergio E. Ortiz from Greenway Church from Kissimmee. We'll go ahead and call you up in just 1 second. Thank you. Mr. Boyd will lead us through the Pledge of Allegiance. Our national anthem will be performed by Neptune Middle School, and we're also going to have our fine arts moment by Neptune Middle School. We're going to have a united experience, so they'll go ahead and do that. The mission statement will be read by Nick Ayers, and our interpretation services will be done by Dr. Lastenia Peñalosa. And if you don't mind, please stand with me for Mr. Sergio. You can go ahead and lead us in the invocation, please.
Thank you very much. The good book says, train up a child in the way that he should go, so that when he becomes an adult, he will not part from it. Father, in the name of Jesus, I come to you here and now, releasing your anointing upon this place, because this is the place where we teach our youth. This is the place where your knowledge and wisdom is incorporated into the mindset of the youth. Let this labors be not in vain, but to train up childs to become magnificent citizens, people worthy of your name, that your goodness and mercy abounds in all the schools, that you will protect them from harm, and that your Holy Ghost will guide them and lead them throughout their lives and in their teachings. And I bind the enemy against every and all demonic activity against the youth of this nation and all the students in this group. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early lights what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
If you can go ahead and sit down, they're also going to lead us through our fine arts moments.
Grease on, ye winds, waters gently flow. Shield her, ye trees, ye flowers around her grow. Breathe soft, ye winds, ye waters gently flow. Breathe soft, ye winds, ye waters gently flow. Ye swains, I beg you, pass in silence by. My love in yonder vale, asleep doth lie. Breathe soft, ye winds, waters gently flow. Shield her, ye trees, ye flowers around her grow. Breathe soft, ye winds, ye waters gently flow. Breathe soft, ye winds, ye waters gently flow. My love in yonder vale doth lie. Breathe soft, ye winds, breathe soft, ye winds.
Thank you. And as the students are exiting, if I can have Mr. Ehlers come up for the mission statement.
The mission statement is inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Osceola. Welcome, I am here to provide interpretation services. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es la doctora Natalia Peñalosa. Bienvenidos, estoy aquí para proveer servicios de interpretación.
Thank you. I will go ahead and move on to our board member positive comments. I will start with Mr. Arguello.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to focus my positive comments this meeting on all the, as so many times I've talked about teachers, I've talked about everybody who works here, and I'm not sure that I've once really taken the time to congratulate and thank all the students that are always doing the right thing, which make teaching so gratifying. And, so many teachers here today, it's maybe a great opportunity. I know, I'm sorry, I'm not thanking you guys tonight, but although I do thank you. These students are the ones that stand out by being silent. They're the ones that do all the work, which they're not asked to do. They're the ones that go above and beyond. They're the ones that stack the chairs. They're the ones who clean up after themselves. They're the ones that are overachieving without demanding and requiring exorbitant amount of attention from their teachers, which allow teachers, of which I'm now one, to focus on the students that need more help, right? Or that need to do fulfill all the requirements of a teacher that nobody knows that teachers have to do on a daily basis. And so I just wanted to thank those students. Sometimes they're not acknowledged. Sometimes they may not even notice how much we notice that they do by not requiring the attention. And I just wanted to thank them for all of their hard work on their own. They're the future leaders who are not getting the pats on the back that so many other kids are craving for in our classes. I also wanted to say thank you to the teachers. You're all here tonight. It's a great opportunity to talk about what teachers deserve, what teachers are demanding, and what is fair. I love nights like tonight. We may not always agree on everything, but I'm not sure that there's anybody who doesn't realize that teachers do more than they get paid to do in this county, in our state, in our country, in the whole field of education across the world, right? There, it's a very underappreciated, underpaid profession. And I also wanted, lastly, I'd like to thank the parents of our system who help and work with teachers to accomplish this gigantic task. One thing I've realized is, as someone who always sides with the parents, right? When you're on the other side and you have to call one of those parents and you call them to advise them on a student issue, which you imagine they're gonna say one thing, and then they shock you by telling you something completely different, right? It's something that every teacher knows about. You get that, you're very surprised. Listen, I'm calling you because I care about your kid. I didn't want to argue with you about what is right or wrong, right? But there are some parents that they are always there to help, and there are some parents that always say the right thing. And there are some parents that don't wait for your call, but they call you to tell you some encouraging words to help you do your job better for their student, all right? So I just wanted to thank those parents who are hyper involved in our district. In the end, education is not about this. This is the byproduct of a governmental excess, all right? The true teaching and the true magic is the space between the teacher, the student, and the parent. And that's where the magic happens, and that's where we should be focused on. And if we focused appropriately on those things, nobody would ever come or watch these meetings. Everybody would be watching you guys do your job on a daily basis so that they can really appreciate the art that is teaching. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arguello. Mr. Melendez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank everybody here in attendance. You know, at the end of the day, when we don't feel like something's going our way, those that are active to actually do something about it, I commend you, because you know, it's easy to sit on the sidelines, but to come out here and be active and say, this is what I want, I think that's awesome. It sends a message that's loud and clear saying that your presence is important and that your voice should be heard. On top of that, I do want to acknowledge my colleague, Mr. Robert Bass. You know, today is going to be his last board meeting. We had a celebration out a little bit earlier. You know, I do appreciate our little spirited debates, but, you know, I know in my heart of hearts that his heart was in the right place. You know, he did a lot of good things with the bus attendants, you know, with campus monitors. You know, he worked with the Boys and Girls Club. You know, he did a lot of things that really put his footprint on here. And so even though I may not agree all the time, but I do appreciate the fact that he was out there, you know, substituting in classes, driving on buses, and doing a lot of stuff. So I know that he's always been a consummate volunteer. You know, in St. Cloud, they just had the Halloween night out there, the witches dance, and he was one of the judges. You know, that's Mr. Bass, the consummate volunteer who's always out there thinking about others before himself. So I do appreciate that. On a side note, I do have a couple other things to do, but I also want to acknowledge Mr. John Boyd. You know, I went to a conference on the Florida Educators, Florida Education Negotiators. I got so many acronyms in my head, you know, and because, you know, I have the ability to sit on expulsion hearings as a school board member, and one thing you always learn is that there's always multiple sides to an issue. And sometimes it's quick to jump to the first conclusion based on the first thing you hear. And so it was nice listening to them, and boy, they were fired up, you know, and it was only like a half-a-day conference, and they were just like going over so many things, and Mr. Boyd, you were a keynote speaker, and actually other negotiators in the state look up to you, and so I think it was an honor for me to see that Osceola County was represented. I was like, that's my guy, you know, and so, you know, I wish there were things that could be a little bit different, obviously, but I think that with the new board, we're gonna put things in a different direction as well, so that's not gonna be a big concern for very long. So again, I just want to acknowledge you publicly, Mr. Boyd. You do make this county proud in the way you represent us in the state. Okay. Also, this weekend, I also went to the Osceola High School's Green and Clean. You know, Colonel Latour, you know, Osceola High School has his cadets and his students out there. And, you know, and it wasn't just cadets. I thought it was just going to be cadets out there. But there were some students that I saw that really cared about the campus and keeping it going. And without further ado, I always love this part of it. You know, once a year, you know, I got appointed by Congressman Darren Soto to sit on the Service Board Academy nomination boards. You know, these students literally need an act of Congress to go to school. And I was arguing with somebody, because it's hard to go to Harvard or to West Point. I said, to be honest with you, you don't need a congressman to appoint you to Harvard. You know, you can have good grades, but, you know, if you can't do any push-ups, you ain't going to Harvard. You ain't going to the Service Academy. So without further ado, I would like Mr. Anthony Gonzalez to come up here. Come on up. And I tell you what, when we interview these students, Come on, all the way up here, all the way up here. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming out, I appreciate it. I don't know, is Mama here, or not yet? Or not yet, but I tell you what, this guy can stay on his own. When I was doing the interviews, and one student, it wasn't him, but I just want to let you know about where these students' hearts are. One student was a valedictorian, of a school in Orange County of over 2,000 students, and they still decided to apply to the Service Academy. So that valedictorian could have gone to any school they wanted, but they still chose to serve in uniform. And so Mr. Anthony Gonzalez from Osceola High School was one of those students. And I always get so proud because District 9, the congressman, he has, Osceola, Polk, and Orange County, and, there's like a little bit of a filtration process to see what students come up to the top. And I saw Anthony there. He didn't get the appointment, but I tell you what, the fact that he filled out his application on time, because, how many colleges did you apply to?
I have like 5 colleges in total.
See, he had to apply to 5 colleges, take the SATs, do this and that. And one thing that I really appreciate about you, Anthony, is the fact that, it's not just about the grades. When we interview the candidates like yourself, we look at your community service hours. We look at your athletics. Were you ever a captain of a team? And some students were like, well, my team didn't do good in the playoffs, and they learn from the failures. And so I just want to tell you that you're a well-rounded student, Anthony. You're going to do amazing things, and you really make us proud. And the fact that he even said on his interview that even if he doesn't get accepted to the Service Academy, he still wants to serve the military in uniform by joining ROTC or some other program. So without further ado, please join me in a round of applause. Here's an Amazon gift card too. Would you like to, because I know he wasn't short of speaking on this.
Do I speak?
No, you can speak. The microphone is pretty good.
Okay, so the reason why I wanted to join the Air Force Academy in Colorado was because I wanted to prove that I have a voice and that I can serve the community the best way possible. And I saw that the military academy would be the perfect opportunity to do that. In my classes, I always try to help all my fellow students do the best they possibly could on an exam. I like a whole group to benefit from taking the class. I don't want like 1 or 2 students passing and the rest having iffy grades or not satisfied with the class that they took. I want all students to like commemorate with each other and all communicate with each other. I want them all to understand the class and materials, and I feel like I have done that for each and every class that I've taken. I try to help them in any classes, such as like calculus, physics, etc., English. And I honestly do feel like that the military academy is a perfect way to demonstrate my leadership and my communication skills towards each and every cadet that decides to join. And I feel like I can benefit from this experience, and I can also help others benefit from the experience as well.
Awesome. I'm going to ask Mr. Gonzalez to stay up here because during the interview, he acknowledged the role model of one of his professors. And that really hit my heart at that point. So at this point, we'd like Mr. Arnold to join us up here. Mr. Arnold he's a physics professor at Osceola High School, a tremendous background. I don't even want to, he was telling me earlier today, maybe you can share it, but he had to battle through cerebral palsy, do all this stuff, and he could be like he's a physics teacher. He could be a biomedical engineer at Lockheed Martin making gazillions of dollars a year. And you know what? He chooses to be a model and a mentor and a role model to this gentleman. The only reason why I knew about Mr. Arnold, because we have so many teachers, because he mentioned it during his interview. Because one of the reasons why I wanted to come to the academy, and one of the persons that pursued me to excellence was my physics teacher, Mr. Arnold. And so, to me, Mr. Arnold, yeah, sort of. Yeah, we got you. And also got you a little Amazon gift card as well, too, Mr. Arnold. Now, would you like to please share, or would you like to, first, before you say, would you like to say anything nice about your wonderful professor?
My professor, when I first had his class, I was confused on what I should pursue for my future. I knew that I wanted to join the Air Force, but I didn't know what specific branch, I knew what branch, but what specific job I wanted to pursue. And I decided that I wanted to do some form of engineering. I wanted to show off my ingenuity and my skill, my talents for figuring out and solving problems. And when I first joined, one of the icebreakers in Professor Arnold's class was to talk about the future goals. And once I started talking about that I wanted to do engineering, he went out of his way to stop when I finished my introduction, to privately talk to me about each specific type of engineering that I could pursue. And through that, I decided that I wanted to pursue electrical engineering in the Air Force Academy. And he goes on and on about different ways to help me for this academy. With very short notice, he drafted up and written a letter of recommendation to my knowledge that is extremely well written. And I can't thank him enough for taking that time for this.
So his math score and his ELA score would be about the same, right? So, Mr. Arnold?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a couple things I want to say. Just a couple important notes. So, due to being, anyway, I was misdiagnosed, mainly retarded, or whatever term you want to give for that. But anyway, I graduated from Osceola High School, so I teach now where I used 20 years ago. Thank you. I'm only giving this backstory a little bit, not as a bragging for me, but as he can attend, it's as an example for everybody else. And that is, basically just due to, I'm going to be honest, poor education or whatever from others, when I got to Osceola High, with determination, hard work, and good teachers and all that, I went from not being able to do basic mathematics. I have ADD, dyslexia, autism, I literally have all these. And I couldn't even read, literally couldn't read. And I had teachers that worked with me. I'd stay up to 1 a.m. And I basically went from almost failing basic mathematics to finishing calculus 2, taking 2 courses in physics, 3 in physics, 2 in chemistry, and finishing my first year of college in 4 years. Then I just kept going on till I just wasn't able to finish my doctorate due to financial reasons and all that. No, seriously, that was
You may change that soon.
No, thank you. But I sure hope so. I also have I've been one of the most valuable tools. I know I'm going to sound like I'm sucking up, but it's very true. You can be given a lot of things in life, but if you don't have a good education, that really limits you and everything. Because you can lose mobility, but if you have a good enough mind, you can do something and everything. So I've tried to do other fields. I have a master's in physics. I have a background in applied mathematics. I do have a background in electrical engineering, master's level. I do have a background in biomedical engineering. So when he says I can do other things, yes, I can. I honestly think the big guy upstairs keeps putting me back in the classroom. And and I just basically hold my students to that standard because I believe anybody can achieve their goal if they put enough hard work in. So there you go.
Thank you. She just came. You want to take a picture with Mama? Mama just came real quick. She took the time. She couldn't beat Osceola traffic. So, come on, Mama. You can take a photo over here. No, you're in the photo, Mama. No, other people take it for you. There you go. All right, we'll make sure you get a copy of it. Colonel, sir. Oh, Colonel, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. I'd like to first start, I'm going to yield part of my comments to someone else, but first I want to start by thanking Mr. Bass for his service to the school board, but especially to our community. I think that you are the bar and I told you that before.
Don't tell my wife. My wife's watching, so.
I'll tell you that it's true. I think that you're selfless, and I think that you have taught me how to think outside of myself. And I appreciate that, the life lessons that you've given me. So thank you for your service, and congratulations for everything you've done. And although Mr. Thacker isn't here, I did not realize that last meeting would be Mr. Thacker's last meeting. So I just want to publicly acknowledge I spent my first 4 years on the school board under serving with Mr. Thacker, and I just want to say he is an amazing school board member. He's a great community leader, and I've learned a lot from him, mostly restraint. I am still learning that, but I just wanted to publicly thank him for his service as well. And with that, I am also going to yield part of my comments to Colonel Shore. If you can come up, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it very much. It's already been alluded to already that Mr. Melendez was out there for our Operation Keep OHS Green and Clean, sir, and I have a certificate I would like to present to you in appreciation for you leading from the front. In the military, you need to lead from the front. First boots on the ground, last one's a lead. That's leadership. So if you wouldn't mind, sir, coming down, I would like to present this to you on behalf of Air Force Junior ROTC and FL 921, the cadets. Thanks, sir. It says, for leading from the front in support of Operation Keep OHS Green and Clean, Osceola High School Air Force Junior ROTC presents a certificate of appreciation presented to Mr. Julius Melendez. Thank you for your service. Thank you for the equipment. We will use the equipment you left, sir. Thank you very much. By the way, the next one's on the 19th of November. If anybody would like to join us, we're looking for volunteers always. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Hey, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, pleasure, sir.
Dr. Reese? Yes.
Yes, in keeping with the tradition, if Mr. Bass would come down front for a moment, please. Well, Mr. Bass, on behalf of the board, our community, and certainly all of our educators, I know you have a lot of your District 5 leaders here in the house to say thank you for your wonderful service and support. It says, the Osceola County School Board proudly honors Robert Bass for his leadership and service to the Osceola County School District as a school board member from 2020 to 2022. His unwavering dedication to the students of the district has positively impacted and strengthened education in Osceola County now and well into this future, given this first day of November 2022. And as everyone has said, you've been a model of customer service for as long as I've known you, which is far longer than either you or I. And also from the amazing, talented students that we have here in our district, we know of your love of music, traditional music. So Elena King, 11th grader at Topeka High School in the class of Miss Jacqueline Adkins, prepared this little memento as a part of your service here at the board.
My turn, I guess. Okay. I really truly wasn't expecting any of this, but Julius, thank you for the comments, and Terry, you and I have, we both have daughters in college, so we were able to kind of lean on each other and cry on each other's shoulders, you know, on getting them up and getting out of the house, so, but thank you for the kind comments. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending. I hope everybody had a nice Halloween evening. My wife goes all out and dresses up our driveway in preparation for the trick-or-treaters, but it went really quickly because golf carts and ATVs have streamlined trick-or-treating walking. Teachers, I hope your year truly is going well, and thank you for your continued dedication for the growth of our students, and thanks for all the employees of this district. As obvious as what we've been saying, this has been my last official board meeting. I'll soon be replaced by someone a whole lot better looking than myself. And those of you who are watching from home can adjust the contrast on your television to accommodate for the glare off of my forehead. So But I do wish Ms. Erica Duke all the best. I know she's going to represent this district very well. It's truly been an honor and a privilege to serve as the District 5 representative. What I've learned far exceeds what I thought I had known. This is a great school district. I know it has its challenges, but there's not a district out there that doesn't. But we all have great soldiers on the ground and who are making a difference in the lives of our children. When you look at our transportation department, they have to transport a small city twice a day in all of this craziness. Our food services has to feed that small city every day. Facilities have to build safe and secure buildings to house that growing population. And then in the end, our teachers, they have to inspire and prepare that population for the skills in life. I was truly looking forward to being a member of this school district. It was my daughter had moved. We got my daughter moved to Jacksonville, and it's just my wife and I. And I spent most of my adult life, giving back to the community, and I thought this would be a perfect fit. So I was really looking forward to working with a cohesive board that would advance our district to the next level. Well, as many of you know, the word cohesive was not an adjective that could be used in this room since then. My first board meeting was at the apex of the COVID pandemic, and afterwards the hits kept coming. Often, and it's unfortunate, hate and hypocrisy often took the place of kindness and compassion. And I just refused to be drawn into non-productive debate, social media trolling, and personal attacks, so I chose a different path. I set out talking with leadership and teachers and principals, students, with my main goal was to make contributions that would leave the district maybe a little better than I found it. When I was elected, many people, you live in a district for your entire life, you think you know everyone, but of all of the people sitting at this dais, I knew 3. I knew Dr. Pace, I knew Tanya, and I knew Julius. Mark and Sarah I sit on a committee with, so that's where I got to know them. I'd never spoken to Clarence before in my life. Not many people don't know that. I knew who he was, but he was a Kissimmee kid. I'm St. Cloud, go Bulldogs. But I will say, in my 2 years, I've had the opportunity to meet and work with each and every one of the leadership that sit at this elevated dais. And I want to say that the team that sits here, they are some of the most knowledgeable and caring people that I've had the privilege of knowing. Their collective knowledge far exceeds that of any individual school board member, past or present, and I truly mean that. And I would like to quickly go around the room and thank each of them for help on certain projects that I've worked on in these past couple of years. I see Mark's not here tonight, but Dave Sharma's in the back. I'm going to direct it to you. Being one of the fastest growing districts in the state is a blessing and a curse for facilities. And I've learned so much about construction and from both of you. You are probably one of the best additions that Osceola County has had in a long time. So I appreciate all of your help. And when I had taken office, I was just coming off being the booster president for Harmony High School, and our booster club and our parents had built 2 buildings for the baseball and softball. And we had to lean on facilities, and you walked us through that. It was no cost to the district, but they walked us through the entire way, and I really appreciate that. And they've actually expanded my vocabulary, so I have perceived knowledge. I try to work the word Castali in everywhere I can, so people think I'm smarter than I truly am. Peter Thorne, you've always been a gentleman and so kind to me, and I appreciate everything that you've done. I spent the day with a teacher at Kissimmee Middle School, and on a Friday, I said pick the worst day possible, and she did, and it was. And I got to see fights. I got to see kids thinking they're going to jump off the top of the bleachers and having them talk. I mean, it was an eye-opening experience. But one idea that came out of that visit was, she said, it would be nice if we had long-distance phone calls, being able to use long-distance phone calls from our classrooms, because there's so many people moving from different countries and they don't want to use their cell phones. But you would have to leave their room to go to a set phone somewhere else. So I asked him, I said, is this something we can do? And he said, absolutely. So we met with a carrier and organized all that, so now our teachers can make those long-distance phone calls from their classroom. I thought, that's a good addition, so thank you. Sarah Graber, gosh, I don't know where to start with you. Beautiful inside and out, very intelligent. I've probably talked to you once a week since I've been elected. Some of my questions are completely idiotic, I'm sure, but you never said, Robert, you're stupid. You walked me through from beginning to end. Cafeteria monitors. Talking with one of our principals, we talked about it tonight. After meeting with one of our principals, they said, it'd be nice if we have our cafeteria monitors back in place. They had been removed from the budget. I said, Sarah, can we do that? So that was another one of our projects, and we now have that in place. Our maintenance department wanted to have we wanted our maintenance department to have safe driving bonuses, just like the bus drivers. Again, Sarah helped me through that. So thank you so much for all that you've done, Sarah. Tammy Otterson. Tammy has told me many times that she's married to Chief Osceola first and her husband second. And you've told me that many times, and I believe that. When I was elected, if you wanted to donate your unused sick time, you could only donate it to a family member in the district. And we had a situation arise that employees wanted to donate their unused sick time to a fellow coworker. And so I'll go to Tammy and say, Tammy, how do we do this? And between you and Dr. Pace, we were able to change that policy, and now we have that in place. I appreciate that. Tom Phelps, I've leaned on you so many times through the year, especially when it comes to choice times, when parents call me and say, I want to go to this school, I want to go to that school. I say, Tom knows when the phone rings, okay, I've got to help Mr. Bass out. But I truly appreciate the time that you spent with me. One program that I really appreciate was the mentor program. I said I wanted to have a mentor program before I leave. And you and I met with the teacher at middle school, in St. Cloud Middle School, and proud to say that we now have that mentor program in place in all of our middle schools, and it's fully funded. So that, well, again, another great project. Renee, we haven't had the chance to work, but we'll see each other at the wedding, and you know what I mean, right? We have a mutual friends we found out tonight.
Thank you.
Frank, where to begin with you, sir? I'm a big John Grisham fan, and I can just see you as a character in a John Grisham fan with a briefcase with papers falling all out and glasses on the end of the nose, and you're going in 10 different directions. But I call you occasionally, and you have walked me through jumped me through so many hurdles, and I appreciate that. But your biggest thank you is with our Boys and Girls Club, because I needed help with securing the lease for our building, and you helped me walk me through that. And I'm proud to say that we turned over the keys this past week, and our Boys and Girls Club will be in operation at the end of this month, and at the end of December. So thank you. Jump over to the other side of the room, the doctor. I can't tell you what I would give to take some of the notes that I'm sure that the three of you pass amongst yourselves through these marathon meetings. I would love to be able to read those. But Dr. Evans, I have admired you from afar, and I've told you so many times that I respect you so much, and you're classy, you're such a lady. I talk to my daughter about you often, and if I can instill just half the qualities that you have into her, I know that I've succeeded as a father. I appreciate everything that you've done with me. Dr. Allen, you and I have worked on so many. Middle school is probably the biggest. That's where most of the challenges come from. That's where I get most of my emails and between bullying and you name it. How many projects have I had to call and lean on you and work with you? You were always the professional, and by the end of the day, we had an answer or had a resolve. Same thing with you, Dr. Rez. Elementary school is not so bad, you know. It's usually pretty good on there. Not too many items, but we've had to work on a few things, and you've always been professional to me, and thank you for being such a good friend. And the quiet man with the great voice. Who would have thought this man can sing like a bird? But Scott, I appreciate everything that you've done for me, and I've learned a lot through curriculum because of you, and we spent all of our graduation ceremonies together and had a good conversation about voting and such. But thank you for your support and your friendship. I didn't mean to jump over Randy, and I'll get to you in just a minute, Dr. Bess. With Randy, Tara's not here, but he's retired. But I talk to Randy weekly. Athletic fields are flooded. There's trees here. I mean, it was always something different with Randy. But one of the main items that I wanted to work on was Arthur J. Gallagher Boulevard. Never had a caution light and never had a speed zone. It was just a free-for-all through there, and I said, that's got to change. So I got with Randy and with Ricky Booth, County Commissioner, and I'm proud to say that we now have a caution light and speed limit signs on Arthur J. Gallagher Boulevard. Thank you so much. I'm getting close to the end. Dr. Pace, I could talk all night about you, but I'm not going to. I don't know how you do what you do. your skin is a lot thicker than mine, let's just put it that way. And you are the consummate leader. There's no one in the district that I don't, some like you, maybe some don't like you, but they always respect you, I believe. And I appreciate, I probably speak to her 3 times a week since I've been elected. And sometimes I feel like I overstay my welcome, but she always is very professional. One thing I'm very proud of to work with her is after COVID, the CRT kind of crept into our district, not the concept, but the concerns for that, and especially coming from District 5. And to be honest with you, in the very beginning, I wasn't really sure what it was. I talked to some teachers and principals, and they understood it, and they're like, we really don't understand it. But quickly had to educate myself on what was going on. And I knew that we weren't the only district that was having these challenges, so I did research. There was a school district in North Florida that had created a curriculum review panel. I think maybe that's what it was called. And they posted their meetings on YouTube. And I went to Dr. Pace and I said, that's what we need. That's what we need in Osceola County to stay ahead of this concern. So she agreed, and her and the leadership team put this together. And the 2 that I nominated for that were the 2 that were the most vocal and the strongest advocates for that. So I appreciate everything that you've done, Dr. Pace, really do. And then my bestie here, this is the Radar O'Reilly of the board. If you ever need anything, want anything, just pick up the phone and call Tanya, and Tanya is there to help. I've known her for many years. She babysat my daughter when she was a baby. But Tanya, I love you. You know I do, and I really appreciate all that you've done. And finally, I'm going to say good luck to our new incoming board members. Please put our children first, and please keep our children, keep ahead of any political or personal agendas. You know, a planted seed will always germinate, but its successful growth is going to depend on the soil and care. So just be good farmers. Thank all of you for your confidence in me for these past 2 years, and I wish all of you the best of luck, and God bless.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Bass, we still have one more meeting.
I'm through talking now.
Okay, so let's do this one more time. We are going to recess this meeting for our workshop. Mr. Boyd, if you would please come over. Thank you.
Good evening, school board members. I'm bringing forward to you a group of changes that are largely flowing from changes in statute, but also State Board of Education rules. The first 2 on the list are proposed new rules related to State Board of Education rulemaking. 2.262, student welfare complaint processes per Chapter 1014, Parents' Bill of Rights, Florida statutes, Section 1001.42, 8C 1 through 6, Florida statutes, and Florida State Board of Education Rule 6A-1.094125, Special Magistrate for Unresolved Student Welfare Complaints, establishes a clear process for specific student welfare complaints and clarifies the process for a parent to request the appointment of a special magistrate if a specific student welfare complaint is not resolved at the school or school district level. New School Board Rule 2.263, Student Welfare Complaint Resolution, Charter Schools, per Chapter 1014, Parents' Bill of Rights, Florida statutes, Section 1001.428C, Florida statutes, and Florida State Board of Education Rule 6A-6.0791, Special Magistrate for Unresolved Student Welfare Complaints at Charter Schools, provides information about the process for a parent of a student enrolled in a charter school to request appointment of a special magistrate if a specific student welfare complaint is not resolved at the charter school level or school district level. Rule 4.10, the curriculum revises paragraph 12A to reflect revisions to section 1003.42 required instruction Florida statutes. Rule 4.21, selection and management of instructional materials revises paragraphs 3C, 3D, and 4C2 to reflect recent and correct the to reflect recent changes in state law and correct the title of what should read now, Appropriate Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. Rule 4.22, Education Media Materials Selection, revises the rule per State Board of Education Rule 6A-7.0713, Elementary School Website Listing of Library Materials and Reading Lists, adds paragraph 4C to describe the process and format for school district elementary schools to post materials maintained in elementary school media centers and materials found on a required school-wide or grade-level reading list in a specific searchable format. Rule 4.40, Extracurricular Program, revises paragraph 8 to be consistent with Chapter 1014, Parents' Bill of Rights, Florida statutes, reflect recent revisions to new State Board of Education Rule 6A-10.085, field trips, extracurricular activities, and other supplemental programs and activities, Florida Administrative Code, and also refer readers to Osceola County School Board Rule 4.43, field trips. Rule 4.43, field trips, revises paragraph 2 and clarifies paragraph 4 to be consistent with Chapter 1014, Parents' Bill of Rights, Florida statutes, reflect recent revisions to new State Board of Education Rule 6A-10.085, field trips, extracurricular activities, and other supplemental programs and activities, Florida Administrative Code, and refer readers to Osceola County School Board Rule 4.43, field trips. Rule 4.50, student clubs and organizations, revises paragraph 5 to be consistent with the Parents' Bill of Rights and recent changes in State Board of Education rules, and to refer readers also to Osceola County School Board Rule 4.43. Rule 8.60, network acceptable use, revises paragraph 9A, 10 to reflect the new school district vision statement, and revisions to pages 37 through 38 of the Student Progression Plan revise the document to comply with recent changes in State Board of Education Rule 6A-1.094124, Required Instruction, Planning, and Reporting, Florida Administrative Code, that incorporates both life skills education and civic and character education into the term resiliency education. All of these are just proposed changes, and they will be brought back to you on December 13th for action. Thank you.
Board, do we have any questions for Mr. Boyd?
Madam Chairman, I just make one comment. John and I were talking earlier, so you're aware. DOE is passing rules rapidly. We got one today. You may see in the future are coming to a board meeting requesting an emergency adoption to comply with one of those rules and then going back through the rule process to adopt it. I just wanted you to be aware we're getting hit with things.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Melendez.
And that's a great point, Mr. Kruppenbacher, because during that conference that I attended with Mr. Boyd, one thing that they kind of mentioned was the fact that DOE kind of creates its own rules, and it doesn't always follow the exact intent of the legislature when they pass the law. And they're supposed to have public comments sections, kind of how we have right now for our rules. I think it would be, I don't know who could tell the board, but when that public comment section gets opened up, can the board get advice of what we want to say? And maybe we can contribute, because that's when we can change it. Because we can always complain about all the rules, I can't believe DOE did it. But if we never voiced our concern to the DOE and what are potential solutions, I want to get more engaged is what I'm saying. I just don't want DOE to.
We see two issues with DOE. We see that, and we see staff saying, well, you have to do this, but that's not what the law says we have to do. So we frequently during the week, I'm on the phone saying to them, No, we don't have to do that. It doesn't say that. You can't just, as a staff person, come up with something that's going to cost us money. So you have to really track everything that's coming down to make sure there's some basis for it.
If you could just give us a heads
Yep.
up when,
Will do.
when something important is getting implemented, that we want to place the board can give advice.
If I may also add, Mr. Melendez, I'm sure you know this, but just as a reminder, we do get updates from FSBA whenever there's a change through DOE or through the legislature, so if you're not getting those emails, let me know. Because they do, I mean, they send them to me
Yeah,
today.
no, not change to the legislature, I'm talking
But
about
also
the
DOE.
DOE, when they
Yeah.
make the rules. Like, when are the public comment sections coming? Because maybe the board can create like a resolution to say, hey, have Mr. Boyd or somebody from the district go and actually testify. Like, I want to actually start testifying at the DOE rule hearings, not just getting it and saying, okay, this is what we want. I want us to testify and say, hey, look, we don't like the implementation of that, or we want something. I want to get more actively engaged in the rulemaking process.
We'll make sure you get it.
Thank you. Board, any other comments? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you.
We'll reconvene the meeting, and I will start with the approval of the proclamation designating November 7th through the 11th Holocaust Education Week, and that will be Mr. Ayers. Ayler, I keep saying Ayler.
Ehlers, yeah, thank you. Okay, good evening. Whereas the Holocaust was the state-sponsored systematic persecution and annihilation of the European Jews by Nazi Germany and its collaborators between 1933 and 1945, in which 6 million Jews were murdered, and whereas we also commemorate other victims of the Nazi regime who suffered grievous oppression and death under Nazi tyranny, and whereas the history of the Holocaust offers an opportunity to reflect on the moral responsibilities of the individuals, societies, and the governments, and whereas we, the people of the state of Florida, should always remember the terrible events of the Holocaust and should remain vigilant against hatred, persecution, tyranny, and actively rededicate ourselves to the principles of individual freedom in a just society, and whereas Holocaust Education Week is part of Florida's House Bill 1213, 2020, educational instruction of historical events provides Floridians with a valuable opportunity to remember the victims of the Holocaust, as well as reflect on the need to respect all peoples, and whereas Holocaust Education Week in Florida is an opportunity to honor the memory of the victims and the survivors of the Holocaust, as well as the rescuers and the liberators, and further proclaim that we as citizens of the state of Florida should work to promote human dignity and confront hate whenever and wherever it should occur. Now, therefore, we, you, the Osceola County School Board do hereby proclaim November 7th through the 11th, 2022 as Holocaust Education Week.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Arguello, and second by Mr. Melendez. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We will move over to agenda modifications. I'll start with Mr. Arguello.
Yes, Madam Chair, 9.01, 10.02, 12.07, 13.01, pull from consent, please.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, it's 9.01, 10.02, 12.07, 13.01.
Do you have anything on the regular agenda?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Melendez?
Yeah, mine was 13.01, but he already pulled that one. And then for new business, interlocal agreement for public schools facilities. And number 2, looking at the possibility of a coordinator position for Mr. John Boyd.
Thank you. Mr. Bass?
I'm good, thank you.
Dr. Pace?
I would like to table items 7.02 and 11.01.
Thank you. I need a motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Melendez. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, so we'll start with, under consent, item 9.01. Mr. Arguello, you pulled this one.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the CTE team for the information that they provided. Obviously, it was, I'm not making comment on the actual program and so on. I didn't review it to the depth to disagree with anything that's here. I did have some questions. However, I do appreciate the team's diligence in providing the background information for this. So that's all with that. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Arguello, second by Melendez for approval. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. 10.02, Mr. Arguello.
I wanted to wish our Osceola Cowboys good luck in this wrestling tournament. They're going out of town. They're going to, where was it here? Pennsylvania, it looks like, the land of wrestling. So I just wanted to wish the guys good luck, do well, and God bless. And with that, I will motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Melendez. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. 12.07, Mr. Arguello.
Here it is. Yeah, so I just had some questions for Sarah. So each one of these items basically has the appropriations increased by net 326, 624, for example. So I was just wondering how the appropriations were increased, like what was,
So like for the general fund, $326,624 came in miscellaneous local revenue that wasn't originally budgeted. So when that money comes in, we then appropriate it for the same purpose, so that it's not increasing fund balance, but those dollars, whatever the reason they're coming in for, they can be spent in the current year.
but we don't have, for example, they're not buying something yet, it's just being put into the,
It's just being appropriated and made available.
right, so
Budget.
how will we know how that money was spent in the future? So for example, is that gonna be on the next one with an actual, we know, right? If one of these, for example, were more than $50,000, then that would automatically land it before the board.
Yeah, whatever, if we're gonna spend, it would still follow all the normal purchasing guidelines for actually spending the funds.
But what we're doing is opening the opportunity for the money to be spent, right? So
Correct.
my question is like, that money, if we had not budgeted, right?
We're not encumbering it or issuing contracts or anything, we're just appropriating it so that it's now available for expenditure through still the standard process of.
And it sounds
how we're
confusing when
using
you say the word appropriation to a layperson, it thinks like you're spending it.
Budget.
But it's just budgeting it for that category.
Yeah, which I'm basically separating that issue, but, which I understand, and that's right where we're at, but when that money gets spent, it's essentially, it's staying in the same fund then, right? It's being appropriated to the same purpose, which was what you mentioned.
If it's a restricted purpose.
So, here's why I'm asking. Now, you've explained that. That was clear, that's what I thought, that's clear. So, why not, on a strategic level, take all that money that's expensive and put it in a fund so that we can strategically decide how that money is going to be spent? Because it's a significant amount of money, $300,000 for 100, $940,000 for 42, $4 million from the federal. And my concentration is really 44X20-1 because that's $4 million of federal money. And I think that in this case, we should actually have a very clear plan, exactly, as opposed to just appropriating it, making it available. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so my initial comment to appropriate, that was general fund if there's no specific strings attached to it, miscellaneous local. Like 44X, for example, that's the ARP funds.
Yep.
And other smaller associated ESSER and ARP grants. So those will all have specific grant requirements for how that money's going to be spent. And then where you guys will see it is it'll be the actual grant application and the budget that is filed for the grant application and approved.
Okay, so we'll talk further then. Okay, so.
Yeah, if you have questions on specific grants, then we can certainly share that information with you.
Okay.
But yeah, anything that's a federal or an external restriction, we'll always have the plan for how that money's going to be spent in
Okay,
accordance
but I
with
think
those
that you know now
restrictions.
why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, I'll motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, team. Motion to approve by Mr. Arguello, second by Mrs. Mullin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, let Mr. Bass say. This is Dave.
Got it.
Mr. Bass Day.
Second by Mr. Melendez. Board, all those in favor? Aye. Thank you. We're moving over to 13.01, and that was both Mr. Melendez and Mr. Arguello. I'll entertain your comments.
Yes, Madam Chair. So here's the thing. I'm very glad how the last meeting went regarding this issue because we basically were provided 3 things to approve, and none of the 3 things that we received seem like they are worthy in comparison to the report of the risk assessment that we received from RSM. So from RSM, there were 10 things. The first 3 were cybersecurity issues. The 4th is operations, maintenance services, and work order processes. The 5th, 6th, and 7th were business and fiscal services, right? Stimulus funding, property control, payroll. 8th is operations. 9 is district-wide contract compliance. And 10 is purchase cards. For me, in my opinion, we have had a very cybersecurity-heavy focus from RSM. For me, though, when you look at these top 10 lists, right here, number 1, Chief, should be an audit on our stimulus funding. That was hundreds of millions of dollars that we received. That's the biggest, by far, that should be the first thing. For us to neglect that, I mean, I don't understand how we could even entertain anything but if we could only do one, I would imagine that it would be the hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money that we received just as a duty to the public. Secondly, some of these other things are also highly important. So I understand that the security issues, especially in terms of our technology, is important. We have done it though, right? We have done it. We're not going to get another round of $500 or so million from the federal government, though. And in my opinion, I think that the public would benefit and deserve for that to be the chief auditing purpose of RSM for the next year.
Thank you. Mr. Melendez, I know you have a comment, but I would like to defer to Ms. Graber regarding the stimulus package audit.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that we did have this conversation in the audit committee when this report was presented, and we shared that they were currently going through a state desktop monitoring as well as our annual audit that the Auditor General is currently performing for all of our federal grants. This is a key component of that audit. So to your point, it absolutely is being audited. It's being audited by the Auditor General right now. So that's why the conversation was in terms of RSM doing it as part of our internal audit function. That would be a slightly different look at it. And the team felt that focusing on cybersecurity right now, waiting for these other federal and state audits that are going to be happening anyway on the ESSER and ARP dollars, and then potentially having RSM follow up through our internal audit function once those audits are complete. Maybe at a later date, but not using them to do the same thing that we're already in the process of having audited through other parties right now.
Well, certainly it wouldn't necessarily be redundant, right? Because the municipal auditor is going to come down. They have a process, right? But if we wait until the following year to do our audit of that money, then then that's redundant. You're doing everything twice. If we do it now, then the efforts that we're using to compile the information for the other auditors would also be handed to RSM. For me, it's so important that to have 2 pairs of eyes going through it would only make sense. It's the bulk of the amount of money that should be audited at this time, right?
That is entirely up to this board to decide.
Right, I understand that.
What you guys want a contract for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And they did put together a statement of work for that, so we can pull a contract together for that if that's what you guys want brought forward.
I think it's absolutely merited. It's extremely important. There's also other issues here. When you look at the list that we received, it seemed like they were avoiding the most important issues that we have before us. So I would ask the board to consider that. Maybe we discuss now, I think that was what we were gonna do was, or now is the time, right? I think some people were saying that we were gonna discuss what 3 things we were gonna do. Maybe we should do a workshop so that we can discuss the 3 things that we're gonna do. Now having received this report from RSM and had time to review it.
A moment of privilege, and then I'll go to Mr. Melendez, who does have some comments. RSM didn't give us these options. It was the committee, the audit committee, which includes members that we all appointed. So I just want to make sure that that is something that is mentioned during the conversation. And with that, I'll move with Mr. Melendez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can kind of agree what he's saying, what Mr. Arguello is saying to a certain point, because cybersecurity and privacy, I remember conducting that last year, and we did a penetration test, and we did the results of that, and they went over it. We also did social engineering testing. I remember the district has training right now. Matter of fact, I think I'm overdue. I'm always scared to click on it, because I'm thinking they're baiting me to click on it. So I'm actually, confirming Mr. Thorne that I'm allowed to click on that thing. So they're already being done. So for us to allocate money to a budget, and especially when we put the priority plan together, we put top 10. We know that we can't have the funding to do all 10 audits at the same time. So for that, I would ask the rest of the board to say, okay, let's put that off to the side, and let's continue on to number 4, number 5, and number 6 in the rank order that they are. So I know Mr. Arguello mentioned that the stimulus funding, well, then that would become number 2. I think the first thing we could do immediately, kind of figuring that out, is the maintenance services and work order processes.
Yeah,
So,
can I just share the context behind why the audit committee came forward with this recommendation to still continue to focus on cybersecurity? That it was a discussion, yes, we did it last year, but due to the high-risk nature, there was a conversation about doing a component of cybersecurity testing every year. And I don't know if Pete wants to share anything further about specifically what we're wanting them to
Sure. So
look into.
I don't want to get into too much detail because this is not the forum for that. However, the idea of cybersecurity testing is constantly changing and evolving, and it's vital that we do that testing. So that's my position on this. I welcome that test because I want you to find things.
I just wanted to share the context behind why those remained numbers 1, 2, and 3 on the risk.
and I just want to, I know I got to be careful what I say because of the confidential nature of it, but the reality is, and I understand the need to periodically test, but ever since we did the first test, we also hired a new cybersecurity director, in charge of that. And so I would actually think that instead of having an outside person to continue the maintenance of that, that's what we hired a person to do. Let the person do their job. And actually, penetration was part of the job description. Because I remember when we created the description, I remember very distinctly, I said, do they have the ability to create honeypots and do other things? Okay, I don't want to get too detailed. I'm a little bit, you gotta be careful. But the point is, I modified that job description to make sure that the person had the capability of doing what you just talked about, maintenance. So I don't mind revisiting it, but maybe we hire an outside person like every 3 years, not every single year. And because we have other priorities that are more significant. So we do have the stimulus dollars that Mr. Arguello mentioned, that's $100 million being spent. We have maintenance services. I gave a tip to Dr. Pace to follow up, and I don't know if it's been followed up or not, but there's some issues going on in the maintenance department that we have to check. And it's immediate, and I don't want to call it out here, but there's some things going on that we need to get on. And I'm not concerned about penetration testing at this moment because we just recently completed it, and we just recently hired a cybersecurity director to maintain it and make sure that it's okay. I have faith that the cybersecurity director can do the job because you hire good people, Mr. Thorne. So I'm gonna give that person the benefit of the doubt that they can keep us safe for a year. And I'm not saying to not go back to it, but just it's about prioritization. There's 10 things, we can't do all 10. Something's gotta fall. And if something's gonna fall, right now, I believe that the stimulus audit and the maintenance department and property controls are just higher priorities. But I hear you, do we wanna do it every year? Absolutely. But I also, from the broad direction, can say, hey, let your cybersecurity director do one. They're allowed to do one all they want, and have your own, follow-up survey with that.
Okay, so it sounds like we are interested in having a workshop to discuss these. Is that what I'm getting from the board?
Well, we already know it. We can just decide to vote on it if you know. I mean, I don't need a workshop because I already know the information. I'm sufficiently educated for making a proper decision.
So this isn't on the agenda for a vote, it's on the agenda as an information item.
Okay, then I guess we can, I guess it's your choice, I guess it's the board's choice, whether or not we want to put it on the next agenda as a votable item with the new prioritizations, or if they want to have a workshop to get better.
For the benefit of the two new board members that will be joining, I do not think that their first meeting should be
Good
on
point.
assessing this. So I would suggest, I would counter offer
I
a
agree.
workshop,
I agree.
which includes the new two board members.
I didn't take that into consideration, Madam Chairman. I agree with you.
No
100%.
problem. Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, I would, to continue, I just wanted to, I agree, that was kind of some of the reasons that we said. So instead of doing that every year, maybe it should be the district does its own 1 year, we have RSM do it the other year, so you have an odd year. But we did just hire somebody, and if we need more, then why not instead spend the $100,000 to make sure that we have the infrastructure to do our own internal penetration work, you know, or to hire a contractor that does it on a constant basis for this amount of money, right? That all they're doing is that, because it's enough money for that. So maybe we should consider that as just hiring somebody that does it and as an ongoing process, because it shouldn't be part of our internal audit. Our internal audit has a function which is being wasted on something that we've already learned what we were going to learn. Now we need to fix that problem, not just continue ongoing using this resource for that purpose. And I would recommend doing 4, 5. I agree with you, 4, 5, and then I would go with 9, because both of these things are appropriate for an audit. Making sure that we are being good stewards of the money by making sure that people are complying with the contracts they sign with the school district. Making sure that our maintenance services, that's not the first time that we've heard issues where there may be potential issues in maintenance. And obviously this, you know, just a tremendous amount of money from the federal government to make sure that we did what we were supposed to do with that. I think that that would be fair. I agree. I don't think that we necessarily need we have the people here that we can, by consensus, decide if those things are appropriate or not appropriate or whatever. I know that when we were first elected 2 years ago, we immediately came in and we went through the same process, and we were both thrown in, and we immediately, I caught myself up. And so I imagine that that new elected school board members, that they're paying attention and they know what's going on. If I were running for school board right now, I would pull up this RSM contract right now and get started. Start doing your homework early, just like we want our kids to do. So this is pretty big stuff right here. This is the bulk of how we protect the public in Osceola County. And if we're not using this appropriately, then you can't trust anything that's coming out. So this is the trust and verify right here. That's all I have. Thank you.
It does not seem like we have
Yeah, I
consensus
still
for a
favor
workshop.
I still favor a workshop, Madam Chair.
Dr. Pace, we have a meeting on the 22nd.
Very, very short. Remember, it's primarily for the swearing in.
The next meeting is in December?
December 13th, I believe.
Okay.
And we have a health services plan workshop that day. December the 13th is correct. We have our health insurance and quarterly update at 3 o'clock, board meeting at 5:30 with the special meeting for the purpose of rules.
Ouch.
So the first of the year?
When's the next meeting in January?
That's not been determined yet. That'll be voted on the 22nd with the reorganization.
Reorganization. Is there any reason why we need to make this decision before the end of the year, Sarah?
Not that it's a necessity. The only thing I would say is, we would like to make sure our internal audit function is ongoing, but it's entirely up to you guys if you want to wait till.
On a technicality, is the budget, the monies for the audits, because I saw those approval, those monies are set aside for that purpose?
Yes, and I did want to
Now,
clarify.
what they actually do is what they're waiting on, right? So as long as the money is set aside for that, because we know we're gonna audit something, we just can't come to a concrete agreement on what to audit. So I just want to make sure that maybe we need to vote now to at least allocate the money. Or has the money already been allocated?
Money's in the budget. What I would request for the process, though, is that once you guys decide which ones do you think you want to do, what we will do is ask RSM to put together a statement of work for each one with a fee quote, and then that's what will come back to you to actually vote on, to actually approve the contract for each individual audit, so that you guys are verifying, yes, we want to spend this much money to do this scope of work in this area.
Okay, one second. Let's plan to have the workshop, the first meeting in January. Yes, Mr.
I just want to remind the board, the three that'll be here, at that workshop, you can break off separately into a closed meeting regarding the security. So if you want to talk with Mr. Thorne about security issues, close that portion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Arguello?
No, I knew that Frank had comments, so I the light button for him.
Thank you. Okay, so it sounds like we're moving forward with this informational item. Thank you, board. The next item is a regular item 14.01.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And we do not have anything pulled from 15.
Move to approve 1503.
Second.
Motion to approve 1503 by Mr. Bass, second by Mr. Melendez. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Arguello, did you have a comment? Did I miss something?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right. I was going to vote the same way regardless. I did have questions about this. Did we do any studies for the injury-related issues on turf? I know that was an issue. I had a lot of parents reach out to me regarding that for this purpose. So I was just going to ask that question.
I think the only one who could.
Yeah, that's
who
the
would
issue.
answer that.
And we've had the turf field at Celebration High School now for 5 years. Mr. Wheeler was still on the board, and we've not had issues.
Thank you. Okay, so now is the time that we open up for public comments. I have quite a few number of comments here, so, and a lot of you have been to board meetings before, so I don't have to repeat this for you, but just keep in mind, please, that we are limiting comments to 3 minutes. If I stop you at the 3-minute mark, I am not being rude. I am simply making sure that everybody has a chance to speak. And board, I know that this is a subject that we're all passionate about one way or the other, but I would ask, because this is some of the comments I assume, I don't know, I assume are going to be regarding some kind of bargaining. I would ask that we do not make any comments while the speakers are speaking. And with that, we will go ahead and begin with Mr. David Latour.
David Latour, 2126 Continental Street, St. Cloud, Florida. Privilege once again to be here and to thank you all for the opportunity to work with you.
Mr. Latour, 1 second, please. I don't have my timer.
It's
I don't
going,
see
but
it.
it's not on that board because it's the wrong screen.
Okay,
There it
thank you. Please give Mr. Latour back 10 seconds.
The balance of my time, I yield. No. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to work with the young men and women in FL 921 Air Force Junior ROTC. I want to thank Dr. Page for the opportunity that she gave Principal Santiago and Osceola High School to host Congressman Soto's event. It was phenomenal. The cadets did such a great job, in fact, that the Congressman's aide offered one of them, our leader, a internship for the summer after she graduates, which I thought was phenomenal. But it's a true testament to the character and the quality of the young men and women that passed through Air Force Junior ROTC at Osceola High School. Furthermore, we had an assembly lady, Kristen Arrington, join us at that very same Osceola Keep OHS Green and Clean. And after she talked with a few of our cadets, she also offered an internship to one of our cadets at Air Force Junior ROTC. So just great young men and women. I would like to invite everyone that is able to come out and meet them. It would encourage you in the job that you're doing. I know you have a lot of stuff in the books, but just seeing the great work that they do, I think would be touching and invigorating. So thank you so very much for your time. I yield the best. The rest of it, the minute 54 to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Janet Moody?
Hello, Board. I am Janet Moody. I'm from 1965 Adamson Road, Cocoa, Florida. I am a second grade teacher at RQC Elementary School. I am the East Side representative for the elementary teacher, and I am the chief negotiator for all of the teachers in Osceola County. And I have a lot of my friends here tonight and a lot of our supporters. They're here to speak to you about one thing, but I want to speak to you about something else. Last time I was here, we were talking about how short a time we were in the classroom and how things just were not going smoothly. Then we got another list of testing that we have to start again, I believe next week, and it's the NSGRA testing. And so our reading coach at our school did a workshop, grade levels, and showed a video. And in the video, it was talking about how we could test about 2 kids a day. It takes 12 to 15 minutes to test the kids and then to go through the data. So I was like, wow, 20 kids in a classroom. That's going to be 10 days at 30 minutes each. That's either going to have to come off of my reading time that CUPS did not build in for, or if we have to give up our BCU time, that's time that we're not addressing the needs that the kids already have. So tonight, I was very interested to hear if that was going to be something that was discussed with the workshop, and I did not hear it brought up, and if it was before I got here, I apologize. But I just don't know how we can continue to think that these things that we're doing for testing are not taking our time, and then what we do when the kids are getting behind because we're taking up the time to test them. So it's a one-on-one test, so there's no way to get around it, and we do it 3 times a year. So I just wanted to bring that here to you guys. I'm hoping that someone can get back to us and give us, maybe you didn't think about it the way in the terms of what it actually breaks down to, but that's 10 days for me with 20 students. Classrooms with 25, 30, it's probably more. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Emily?
Emily Grins, 1463 Fledgling Court. Good evening, board members and community. My name is Emily Grintz. I am the Instructional Vice President for the Osceola County Education Association, and I am thrilled to be here tonight with so many of our OCEA members, as well as representing the presence of education supporters, including additional teachers, parents, family, friends, and many, many Osceola taxpayers who are not able to be in the room with us tonight. As many of you know, on October 20th, OCEA's teacher bargaining team asked the district for an 8.7% cost of living adjustment. Since then, we've been gathering support for our proposal through an online petition that has now reached over 3,000 signatures, including multiple members of this board, as well as both candidates running for the District 4 school board position. And honestly, that's what this petition is about. It's about bringing people together. It is about the unity. It's about saying people on different sides running against each other can in fact come together over something. It's not about sowing division. It's about showing that we're not against you. You're not against us. This is our chance to show that we have more in common than what divides us. This is our chance to show that Osceola County believes our teachers are essential. This is our chance to show that regardless of political affiliation, income, ethnicity, or any other dividing factor, the members of this community are here to rally around their teachers. We are all here tonight, board members and community members alike, because we care about the hardworking individuals that make it possible for Osceola to have a bright future. As you listen tonight, I encourage you to check your own defenses and to really listen with empathy. Everyone up here is just telling their story. They're speaking with courage. Many will be speaking for the first time. And we're really just asking that even if some facts are uncomfortable, that we remember that we all have the power to change them. We in this room are the ones who are in control. We have the power as a team. Communities derive their power from unity. OCEA has united the teaching community, and now we are calling on you to act as our leaders and to be the bridge, uniting the taxpayer dollars and the spending wishes of all of us along with our teaching community. We know that everyone has put in many, many hours here in this board, many, many weeks, and we appreciate that, we do. This is not us against you. This is us saying we want to come together. As teachers, we've done our part. We've supported families and students through a pandemic, a hurricane, and so many other trials and tribulations. Now we ask for the same support from our leaders, a true show of unity, and to show that we are all fighting on the same side. Thank you.
Daryl Greenwood?
stupid back surgery. Anyway, good evening. My name is Daryl Greenwood, and I'm going to lower this just a little bit. I live at 2250 Tybee Road in St. Cloud, and I am here because I worked for Disney for 23 years as the education liaison for the company and thought I was retiring until my daughter let me know that I was not retiring and I was going to become a special education advocate for my grandson. So the next part of my life began, and I have been advocating for Mason Steigerwald since 2011. In the course of that time, I've, by word of mouth, gotten quite a large number of clients. And I am not your typical advocate. I don't charge $150 an hour. I charge $100 a month, no matter how much work I do for the families. So what I am here for tonight is to, number one, thank Robert Bass, because he has worked with me and he has been tremendous. And I thank him for all of the work that he has done. Secondly, I want to thank Dr. Pace. She is a pleasure to work with. We may not always agree, but we do have respect for one another, and I count her as a colleague, as a friend. I've spoken with many of you on the board, except for Julius, who we talked to earlier today. I've even represented a family member of one of the board members. So I am very appreciative of all the work and all the effort that everyone does. I have worked with Dr. Allen, and George is gone. I was going to embarrass George Arscott because he is my favorite principal to work with as far as ESE is concerned. George has what it takes. Now, why am I here? I've given you all this background. I feel with the new board coming on that, along with the old board members, you need to have a workshop for ESE. You all need to better understand the ESE department. So Hillary DeLuca, who is the leader there, should be a part of that workshop. But I'd also like you to have some representation of parents and myself, because I work every day with our students and our families here in Osceola. And I work in collaboration. I am not there to, thank you, Dr. Pace. As Dr. Pace is nodding, I am not there to point the finger at anyone. I am there to work with all of these teachers, to represent these teachers in the classroom who are doing great work, and to work with the district to get them the tools that they need. So that is my principal goal. It is not one of division, it is one of collaboration.
Thank you.
So,
Your minutes are up.
oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you, and think about the workshop.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. I forgot.
Selena White.
Hi, my name is Selena White. It's 4970 Topeka Avenue. I am a proud parent of students of Osceola County District Schools. My oldest child is a student with a disability who has been in your schools since 4th grade. This should be his senior year in high school. However, at the end of his junior year last year, we were called into a meeting and we're told that he would have to start high school all over again. The district said that my son would have to repeat high school because of the change of that the state made that impacted students with disabilities. Their explanation to us was not the whole truth. Yes, the state had changed criteria to identify a student with significant disabilities, but I now know that my son never met the criteria to be on the modified curriculum and should have never been placed on access points in 4th grade. The longer a student is kept on this modified curriculum called access points, the wider the gap grows between what he is learning and what the general education students are learning. There is really no way for him to catch up, and the district is using smoke and mirrors to make it look like he is receiving general standard instructions. But in fact, there is no way he can because he lacks the foundation from all the previous instructions he failed to receive. Rather than coming to the table, owning the problem, acknowledging the significant impact on my son's life, and trying to find a solution to this horrible problem, the district has forced me into litigation instead of offering a meaningful solution. This should be a time that my family is celebrating in completion of my son's K through 12 accomplishments, and my son should be looking forward to preparing for employment and further education. Instead, we have been forced to reckon with the fact that he was never educated at all. Instead of being a senior, he is a freshman again. Imagine what this does to a person's self-image. The entire family has been devastated. My son and others like him are being punished for the mistakes allowed to be made by the leaders of the school district. And I feel that it is important that you as a school board hear how this has impacted students and their families. Since you are being asked to solve this for these students, please do what is right for my son and others who should not have to be in this situation.
Thank you. If I can defer to our attorney, are we looking into this, or are you aware of this? Just yes or no?
We have a number of cases involving ESC. I will follow up for you.
Can I
on
give you
this.
this information for the parent, please? Thank
I have a general legal question real quick. If ESC or not, if the state ever changes graduation requirements, isn't there some kind of Godfather clause? Because you can't like retroactively apply it to someone that's already in school.
What I was hearing doesn't reconcile with my knowledge of the law and how it retroactively takes away somebody's rights, so I gotta dig into this one. Right.
Yeah, please.
Bring up
Ms.
that
White.
paper, though.
Yeah,
I'll give it to you.
thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Selena White. Thank you, Ms. White. Nicole Mahit.
Hi, my name's Nicole Meehan. I live at 1118 Maryland Avenue. I'm a teacher at Gateway High School. Tonight, I would like to introduce my junior student senate. If you can stand up, please. These students have worked really hard. Along last month, I introduced my senior senate. This month is my junior senate, and they're going to come up and talk in a few minutes. But I wanted to introduce them. I wanted them to be here to see what leadership looks like. They are very interested in being part of the outcome and the overall experience in Osceola County in our schools. And they're making a big difference at Gateway High School. So I just wanted to show them off. You guys can sit. I also wanted to talk on behalf of the teachers and let you guys know that as I love my job and what I do work 7 days a week, 5 days at school, and Saturday and Sunday at Disney to maintain a livable wage. So I'm always here with my kids. I'm always doing extra stuff with them and making sure that they have the tools necessary to grow into amazing citizens of our community. But it's a lot, so take that as you will. But here's my junior class, and I hope you welcome them with open arms.
Did you get the donation? I
have not.
Not? Okay, I purposely sent
It might have come, and she just hasn't told me yet, but I will ask our bookkeeper.
I sent you some money for your group last year.
I appreciate that. They actually want to take a picture with you before you leave tonight.
It's been a long time. I tell you what.
Yeah, so, but thank you, and thank you so much.
Yeah, I can step out.
Yeah, that'd be great. I appreciate everything you guys do for us at Gateway. I wanted to mention real quick, I have 59 seconds. The class of 2024 is coming up next. And while I have the juniors here, I want you to take into consideration next year, they were the 8th grade class that lost their whole school year. They left at spring break. They didn't get their 8th grade graduation, their 8th grade banquet, their 8th grade grad bash. So as class of 2024 is approaching, I think we should keep that in mind and maybe do something spectacular for them. Just saying. Okay, thank you.
Carolina, are you speaking on behalf of the Student Senate? Do we have any other Student Senate speakers?
Just her.
Because I only have one. Okay, you can come up. Yes?
Yeah, I just did a little follow-up on the prior thing. It appears that the state changed the rule and really in the process hurt a lot of children. We repeatedly asked for a waiver for students like this. They've ignored it. So this is one stories where we need to invoke some politics
Okay.
to see if we can help these students in Tallahassee. So if I could, I'll follow up with you all about it.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, Carolina, you don't have to give your address. You know that. You were here last time, right?
I was not.
You were not? Okay. Your address isn't even on here, so just your first and last name.
Okay. I can start?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Carolina Mejia, and I am the class representative of 2024 Student Senate at Gateway High School. I would like to mention a few things we are excited about at Gateway High School. We've been speaking a lot on many things we want to incorporate this year. Something very important we've spoken about this year is the new kids entering our school. So we do this thing called Congratulations, You Are a Panther Now. So at the end of each month, we gather the new names of the new students at Gateway High School, and we basically just welcome them. So the first Thursday of every month, we just welcome them into our Student Senate class. We talk about their interests and how they can incorporate them into all of our clubs, and how to have fun at Gateway because you're a Panther now. Also, we like to make their voices heard. So although they're new, we help them out of their shell and how to speak their voices just like we do. Also, one last thing. So next week, November 10th, is the Marine Corps birthday. So on behalf of MCJROTC at Gateway, I would love to see you guys all there, 3 o'clock, November 10th, in our gym. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Girls, y'all want, you want to step
Yes,
out now?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shara Barton.
Hello, my name is Shara Barton. My address is 4255 Henry J. Avenue, St. Cloud, Florida, 34772. I'm a mother of a student at Canoe Creek K-8, and I have emailed quite a few of you about my son. His name is Bentley Botter. He is an ESC student, and he is diagnosed with autism as well as ADHD. He also is nonverbal. He is unaware of danger at any means, and he is a ninja in a sort that he can climb and scale anything without ever feeling any pain. My son has had multiple incidents at the school, 2 last year, 3 this year, 1 happened today. I've tried for 2 years now to request for him to be able to have a one-on-one para for his behavioral issues, for his educational well-being, as well as the rest of the class, being able to have full attention from the teacher and not have to separate every single time, but as well as him being able to experience everything with his classmates. But I've been denied every single time by Ms. DeLuca, her reasoning being that there's not enough data to supply that he would need that, based on the fact that he has been able to learn, which doesn't really, yes, he's able to learn, but he's not able to learn if he escapes off the property and dies, or, is having a meltdown like he did today in school where he was uncontrollable and had to be restrained by the teacher and full restraints because he can't get somebody that will come and fully pay attention to him. And when asked, what the problem was, well, he wanted something and he wasn't allowed to have it. But we don't, at that point, the teacher can't take away from the other students to address the fact that this is happening. Besides, he's trying to attack her, to attack, the teacher's aides, which he did. He attacked another student as well. And the other student is another ESC student that has no idea what's going on either. So as much as it's not, fair to my son that these things keep happening, and 2 months ago, we're only into the 3rd month of school, and he's already been put onto a bus with a bus harness that, requires a 5-point, harness where you have to have 2 buckles on top and 2 on the bottom, where the bus driver did not buckle him in, and luckily his older sister was on the bus and took him under her control and then started texting me, freaking out about the fact that nobody was supervising him. He's also walked out of the cafeteria during lunch period and nobody noticed him. Luckily, his teacher had taught him well enough to go to the classroom and wait outside the classroom for when the next adult walked out. Then he finally got in. I mean, I'm not going to be the parent that has a school named after my child because he has to die for him and his safety to be more important than the data that is required. And it's just ridiculous. It just can't happen anymore. And I thank you, Dr. Pace, for allowing me to do the extra safety precautions to change his T-shirt to a bright neon color with the school symbol on it, as well as Bentley and I created an autism logo that goes on the back for autism awareness. And it needs to be more aware to everybody. Everybody needs to be more aware of the ESC students and all the things that are lacking in that area. It's not fair, and especially when they can't even speak about it. I'm his voice. So, I just request that somebody would actually help him. Thank you.
Dr. Pace, I know you followed up on the. Thank you. Maribeth Renato? I hope I said that right. Remoto?
Good evening, school board members and community. My name is Mary Beth Araneta Remoto. I am standing here before all of you tonight to speak on behalf of my son. My child, who has a disability with severe autism and epilepsy. He also has food aversion and a medically complex patient diagnosis and some others. He attends Flora Ridge Elementary School. He's limited to nonverbal. He's turning 7 years old this Friday. I filed 3 due process complaints against the school this year, which recently got completed for 5 days of hearings due to school's non-compliance with his medical needs and failure to provide him FAPE. District school board members, you are all copied on my email correspondences since September 20th, 2022. On the event since September 20th, and not any one of you responded, despite I addressed Mr. Melendez on some of my emails directly. The school retaliated against me because of the due process that I filed. A district RN and school staff who treated me inappropriately, who called me stupid and gestured I'm crazy in front of other school staff and parents, while they violated HIPAA against my son when they insisted to receive my son's controlled medication in the front lobby amidst a crowd full of people, since it was around 2:15, close to dismissal. The school refused to provide me the school video and required a subpoena from a lawyer. I was unlawfully cited a trespass directive without deliberation, despite I asked this in writing on my complaint, which I filed the following day, September 21st, 2022. I demand the school board please do produce this video for transparency and open an investigation, which I wrote on my complaint on September 20th, 2022. Because the principal and the superintendent flat out refused to accept my son be admitted in the school the last 3 days in a row because I did not send my son his hot lunch at drop-off which I have been sending his hot lunch a few minutes before lunch at 10 a.m. and at 11:30 a.m. The superintendent, along with the principal and school board attorney, demands that I send my son's lunch at drop-off at 8 o'clock in the morning because they said they can no longer accommodate my son receiving my son's hot lunch. And that is discrimination because they want my son to change the way he received his hot lunch. My son has an individualized seizure action plan that he should not be offered juice. But on October 18, my son was offered juice, which is a poison as it can trigger his seizure. Just because they did not want me to bring my son's lunch, the principal at an interview with a social worker, because I reported a discriminating act, I went to the office of Darren Soto. I was told to contact them. The principal said he issued a trespass directive because I keep loitering in the front office daily. That was false. My son is a walker and I pick him up daily at the front office per his approval and have been doing this since last year. I also cannot just go in the school without his prior approval now or I get arrested. That's why I frequent them in writing. I tell them what time I'll be dropping off my son's meal because I can't just go there and get arrested to feed my son. Several calls I have made to the police department because out of desperation, I want the police to escort me to deliver my son's meal. On October 19, my son did not eat lunch, so I pulled him out and fed him at home. On October 26, my son was neglected, who was left with stool for 2 hours and injured him with a rash, which was documented by his doctor. I have 2 parents who wrote a letter of attestation on the September 20th encounter. I have not provided this to you for fear of retaliation on these parents, but I will provide it to you, a copy. I demand a placement to a different school. I wrote a 10-day notice to cure, and that ended yesterday. And until today, no corrective actions were done. I had an IEP meeting today to supposedly discuss special education transportation for my son, but the school board attorney who attended my meeting restricted me to only bring myself or one person. And the others that I invited, who are my persons of knowledge, were not allowed to join the meeting. So because of a lot of the false accusations to me, I want my witnesses. There's 5 of them and just by myself. There were a lot of false accusations by the school board attorney that I actually videotaped one of the audiological evaluations and false accusation that I was the one who was inappropriate. So I demand from the school board to please produce that video and it will expose the truth. The truth that they were the ones who were violating trust should be taken into account with this retaliation.
Ms. Meredith, your time is up. I did allow you a few more minutes because I know that this is a lengthy case. I just want to ask our attorney, is this an ongoing legal issue?
Yes, ma'am. Let me just put on the record so it's clear. I was not the attorney involved that she's referring to, 1. But 2, I'm going to treat what she has said tonight as a whistleblower complaint and commence an investigation and report back to you. All right?
Can you, report back to us privately?
Yes.
It sounds like this is
I would ask Tanya, at your convenience, could you type verbatim what was reported tonight by this lady? Just only this portion, not the whole meeting, but it would be very helpful for me.
Now, I have one legal question though, Frank, and this is for the general public, not that for that. If anybody requests a copy of video that the school district has, are they entitled to it? Because I know they're through some issues, they have to redact students, but are they entitled to have a copy of the video?
We'll have that discussion word at security meeting. We treat video as security footage. There's a lot of reasons. There are times we release, and for a number of reasons I don't want to discuss publicly in terms of the security of the district. I'll cover more with you.
It sounds like you
But
may not be
particularly this
specifically
one,
briefed on this
I'm not quite
case.
sure about this one because I don't know what it would be protected, but I need to look at it.
Just to let you know, this may count for other school board members as well. Because there was a legal issue, that's maybe why you did not get a response. That's why you didn't get a response from me. So there's multiple attorneys involved, which would prevent me. So I would have to abstain for all future action if I did respond to you for that purpose. So I don't want you to feel like you're being ignored. Your situation is already kind of in a process that precludes us from getting involved in a direct manner. But I do think that this is something that we need. And in fact, I did ask the question. The day that she sent that email, I asked a question of the attorney. We got a response. The response that we received does not sound at all like what she's recounting.
That's why I want to look into it, because I know. Now, the other thing, Madam Chair, I would just ask the board, if you get emails from parents about a problem, if you just copy me, I'll call you and tell you whether or not it's an active matter, and at least I can communicate to the parent, look, we're actively working this, and the board may be the entity that ultimately resolves it. So you got to kind of wait. So, ma'am, I'll be contacting you, or Natalie Torres with me will be contacting you, and we'll follow up.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope you open an investigation. And I'm not on litigation right now. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, of course. Devin Thornton.
Good evening. I'm Devin Thornton, 722 Mabette Street, Kissimmee, Florida. I am a teacher at Kissimmee Elementary School. And let me just start off by saying I love what I do. I love being a teacher for this district. Every teacher that I have met since I've joined this district works hard for our students, tirelessly day in and day out. We don't stop working when the bell rings in the afternoon. When I left school today, around 5:15 p.m., to make it to this meeting, there were several cars still in the parking lot. I had to go knock on one of my coworkers' doors, who is a single mother, and I told her, make sure you leave before the sun goes down, just for her own safety, and because I know she needs to devote her time to her son. We teach because we love seeing our students light up when they finally mastered a skill that they've struggled with. With all the time and effort that teachers put in and day out, we should not have to worry about putting food on the table, gas in our cars, paying our rent and mortgages. A great young educator at my school decided this past August that this would be her last year in education, simply because she can make more money in the private sector. And she has made tremendous gains with her students in the short time she has been a teacher. It is a shame to lose her just because she's not able to live off of her salary, to live comfortably off of her salary. Another staff member that's worked in the district for more than 15 years is considering changing careers because it's getting harder and harder to pay her bills and feed her family. All educators deserve a cost of living adjustment. All educators. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan Pritchett.
Good evening, I'm Megan Pritchett at 4759 Coral Castle Drive, Kissimmee. First of all, good evening, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'd like to introduce myself as a first-year teacher. I started in the classroom in February of this year. Now, I'm pretty new to teaching, but I am joining this fight kind of late. However, it is a fight that teachers should not be fighting at all. It is very unreasonable for us to expect people who have been teaching since I graced the earth with my presence 24 years ago, that not many of them are making more than I am now. And I started not even, 10 months ago? So compared to some of my peers who have been teaching, all right, my time in the classroom is but a glimmer in the history of education. Inspiring our kids is what we do every day. It's what we have a passion for. Sorry. We cannot expect to be effective or highly effective teachers when our pay is barely the equivalent of a developing on our evaluation scale that you ask of us. This is not an ask out of greed. It is an ask simply out of necessity that we may feed our children, clothe ourselves, and be ready for work to inspire those bright, young, beautiful humans that we see every day. So I ask that you take into consideration not just my voice, but the peers that are not here with me tonight, because they've been working since I've been on this earth, and they need some time with their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Pritchett.
Good evening, Elizabeth Pritchett, 4759 Coral Castle Drive. Good evening. You will all probably have heard the saying, teachers don't teach for the money. We teach for the passion and the personal reward. While all that might be true, passion does not pay my bills. Personal reward does not put gas in my car or feed my family. Despite performing superhuman deeds in our professions, we are not invulnerable to inflation and the anxiety that follows wondering if you can pay for your rent, your mortgage, or buy groceries for the week. It's the reality for us too. Our one job should be enough. Give us this COLA increase, not out of personal decency or because we're pleading with you. It's a necessity for us to live as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Austin.
My name is Rick Austin. I live at 2908 Evans Way, Kissimmee, and I'm a teacher appointed in high school. I love my job. I always have, no matter where I've been, whether it was in New Hampshire, Polk County, or in this county. However, I did 10 minutes of research when I was drafted to speak today. And I look at the cost of living from 2011 to 2021, average 2.55% per year, which works out to 31.53% over the 10 years. If you started at $46,000, that's roughly 30%. That's about $15,000 more you should be making, or $60,000. I'm going to be honest. I'm a good teacher. I've done well. The only reason why I make what I make, and it's public knowledge, I'll state it, it's 51.9. I have a master's degree. That puts me up and above the people with 0 years of experience by $1,000. We're not rewarded. I mean, I realize you didn't do this. The governor did this. I realize that. However, as a board, you need to look at keeping your quality teachers, your long-term teachers, because we're the ones who are teaching the other teachers. Mm-hmm. Without us, the learning curve for them is going to be tremendous. I have questions from other teachers every day. How do I do this? How do you suggest I do that? I'm going to tell you, it's hard for me to answer those questions because I sit there and go, you're making what I make. You should know as much as I do. But I don't. I do answer the questions. But it is tough sometimes when I think about it. This cost of living is not a raise. It's a cost of living. I know they're asking, we're asking for 8.7%. That still puts us on the losing curve over the past 11 years. That's all I got. I'm sorry. You know, I came here wearing the Santa hat with a poster. Santa approves a COLA. I play Santa too. I mean, but consider the cost of living adjustment. Consider the teachers. Consider what our needs too. $5 a gallon of gas. We're going to see that again. Fortunately, we don't live in New England, where the cost of fuel oil for your furnaces is going to be $5.50 or $6 a gallon, which is up about 1,000% since 1985. Everyone has bills here too, and we have to pay ours. Thank you.
LaShawna Ward.
How you doing? Good evening. My name is LaShawna Ward. I'm at 705 Michigan Court, Apartment 3 in St. Cloud, Florida. I am numerous places. Don't ask. Dr. Pace knows that. I am Dean Secretary of St. Cloud Middle School. I have also been an ESP. I have been a one-to-one. And I'm just speaking on behalf of not only my union, I'm also on the ESP bargaining team. I'm speaking on behalf of my teachers as well as my ESPs for the COLA. We appreciate y'all very much so, giving that 15. But just remember, if you give it to them, please give it to us. Income has gone up, rent has gone up, mortgage has gone up. Our government has gave it to our Social Security people. Our Medicaid and our food stamps have given it to that needs for our parents that are in low income. But just remember, your paras, your ESPs, your teachers, they are there every day. All the ones that, when you guys have to be in meetings, we are there. We don't get breaks. We don't take off. When we take off, it better be emergency, and I can guarantee you, you look at mine, I don't take off. I come in sick. I make sure everything is done. So I'm asking you as a single mom as well for the school district to just take consideration that when you, hopefully, and I'm praying that you approve it, this 8.5%, think of the whole, your teachers as well as your ESPs. They come in every day and I see what they deal with. And I deal with the same thing when they send them to me. So I know how it feels. So please, please, please think of us as we think of you.
Karen Trudeau.
Hi, I'm Karen Trudeau, 4201 Kissimmee Park Road, St. Cloud, Florida. The concerns I wanted to share with you today are regarding testing, specifically the district math assessment that the students are taking on their iPads in kindergarten. I'm a kindergarten teacher in the district, so I know it's not just kindergarten. Our other grade levels have concerns too, but because I teach kindergarten, I'm going to be addressing that. With the district math assessments that they're taking on their iPads, it's taking a minimum 2 days to take the assessment, sometimes even 3. And that's still not having all kids in the class taking the test. They're getting kicked out, but they're not getting kicked out 90 minutes after the test is started, like we've been told. It's just minutes after starting the test. And while we're trying to reactivate them, another student gets kicked out, so the kids are sitting there and they're waiting, and it's hard for kindergarten. Some students are able to be reactivated and others are not. The way that the kindergarten teachers are teaching is we're testing in a very small group. Some teachers are testing one-on-one. Some teachers are testing in groups of 2 to 5 students. But either way, it's very time-consuming. Those 2+ days it takes to test aren't just 2 days of our math time. It's we're using our writing time and our science time as well as our math time. We can use this district test as a grade if we want, but we're told that we cannot send a copy of the test home. So parents aren't able to see how their child did on the test. So some of us feel that the parents want to be able to see the test. So we'll give them a different paper assessment test and put that in the grade book. This way the parent, and we'll send it home so the parents can see how their child did. But this adds another day of testing, resulting in 3 to 4 days of testing and not teaching. So the many and the majority of the math coaches see and agree that there is a problem, and they addressed it at the math coaches meeting but they were told that this is just what it is and we're going to have to deal with it right now. I don't think that they're listening to the coaches and the teachers who are on the front line and see how their visions, the math coaches' visions, are actually working in the classroom. The other thing I wanted to address is, are we testing if students have mastered the math content, or are we testing their technology skills? It's challenging enough with the kindergartners to teach them how to log on and how to troubleshoot the constant technological problems we have. So I don't feel that we need to go 0 to 60 in teaching technology skills in kindergarten. They don't need to learn all the different ways that they can drop down, drag and drop down boxes and typing, all in kindergarten in just 1 year. And then after spending, yes.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Now, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Page, just one follow-up question about the availability of the assessments for parents. Is that not available?
We will investigate further exactly those assessments that she's talking about.
Okay, thank you. If you can follow up with me specifically, I'd like to know. Thank you, Ms. Trudeau. Thanks, Gail, no?
Good evening. My name is Gail Noe. I live 3410 Salina Circle, St. Cloud. I'd just like to address, I don't know if you guys have been to the grocery store lately, filled up your gas tank. Listen, I'm a single parent. I'm not even asking you to send me on a cruise. I'm just asking to be able to pay my bills, honestly. I don't really have that much to say, except I know that you have a lot of money sitting around in savings that you can give us the money. And I'm just asking to hand it over here because I'm struggling. And one more thing, Mr. Bass, you're right about Miss Culver. She's a bum diggity. She did a little project for me in my classes. She rocks. So thank you for that. But anyway, on a serious note, please consider thinking about us. And I've been teaching 25 years. And I don't make much over 50 grand. And as a single parent, that's hard, paying your bills on that kind of money. I'm 58 years old. I used to tutor quite a bit, 4 or 5 times a week. I can't do this anymore. I'm tired. I want to put my energy into my classroom. I can't do it all. And so please, I'm going to be forced to move back to my home state where I can make a decent living. And that's what a lot of other people are doing. I don't think Orange County is, if they have any openings, not many, because they gave a cost of living raise. We have 200. We have a lot of openings, and so we got to think about how are we going to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Perez? She left. Okay, thank you. Zahaira Perez Andino?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aida Peña-Andino, and I live in St. Cloud, Florida. First of all, I want to thank every single one of you for your service and your time. Tonight, I have 2 topics to speak about. First of all, teaching is a privilege. We are held to the utmost standards. Every year, the demands increase, but we are the worst paid celebrities. Everyone's eyes are on us. We get praised, but many others are quick to judge us, forgetting that we all have been through the precious hands of an educator. Teachers deserve a salary good enough so they don't have to get a second or third job to make ends meet. If they get another job, it's because they want to, not because they have to. We deserve that and much more. Cost of living adjustment is a great way to start, showing your appreciation for the Osceola County educators. My next topic is about new teachers. I understand that it is a state requirement that in order to teach Tier 3 students, teachers need to be having the reading endorsement. My question is why, for brand new teachers, is a requirement for them to finish their endorsement on their first year of teaching, or even before that, April 2023. New teachers are getting adjusted to routines, classroom management, curriculum, meetings, lesson plans, and on top of it all, they have to take classes or state assessments to be able to keep their jobs. It's like telling a kindergartner that they need to type a 5-essay paragraph by the end of the year. We understand that all of this is necessary. I am not in disagreement, especially for those of teachers that are out of field. But where is the grace? We're all talking about that grace and that compassion. Why are we setting up these teachers for failure? It breaks my heart to see a teacher that just transferred to Osceola County from neighboring county where reading endorsement is not required, being told that she has until April 2023 to finish her reading endorsement. Her only option at this time is to take the assessment. Single mother with a 5-month-old baby. Let them get comfortable. Allow them to work with their mentors, like me, coaches, teammates, administrators, and then they can take their second year to focus on all those state requirements. I promise that you will have more productive, happy, and refreshed teachers in the classroom. I look forward to the next teacher talks, where we can share our successes and challenges. Have a good evening. Thank you for your time.
I just have a quick question for you. She said something. I looked at an article in Orlando Weekly, and I saw Orange County, and she was right. They have 100 classroom vacancies out of 14,300 instructional staff. How many instructional vacancies do we have here in Osceola County? 120. I mean, it's a number that changes every week, but what's the rough?
225 from this morning.
And we're a smaller county.
So, right, yeah, that's what I was getting at. I'm like, holy moly, we have almost twice as many vacancies as they do, and we're not even a fraction of what they are.
Today's update directly from the schools was 151 vacancies. There are more in Brass Ring because we're still circling the wagons, and those also include some supplemented positions.
151. Thank you.
So what's the official number then, 151?
151. Each week, the assistant superintendents call every school, or their secretaries do, to get the actual live vacancies at the school.
Thank you for that.
That's fine.
Why does it take so long to update that? Like the mechanics, I'm not like, it's not a rhetorical question, I'm genuinely interested.
Some of the principals will leave an ad posted, thinking that somebody else might be leaving on a regular basis. Some of those positions are also supplemented positions that are advertised that are under the instructional category. So that's why we've now gone to where we actually call and have them check the master schedule and report to us exactly which vacancies in which field for what areas and what grade levels.
Is there space for conversation on changing that? Because if folks are working from data that's not correct, then, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Dylan, Rangel?
Good evening, Dylan Rensel, 5110 Plymouth Turtle Circle, St. Cloud. I would like to speak on the proposed 8.7% cost of living adjustment and possibly preemptively rebuttal some of the points that might be made in opposition to that proposal. Now, I don't want to put words into anyone's mouth or suggest that I know what anyone else is thinking, but if one of the things that you are thinking is that inflation is not a problem that is unique to Osceola County because it's a national concern, or if you are thinking that the teacher shortage is not a problem unique to Osceola County because teacher shortages are across the state of Florida or across the country, I would caution any person, but especially anyone in a leadership position, to adopt that perspective because it inherently punts responsibility for the issue as it presents itself here in this county. So let me give you an example. As a teacher, if I have a student who comes from, let's say, an economically disadvantaged background, which has adversely affected their academic progress over the years, I can't punt responsibility for that student just because poverty is a worldwide problem. Because I must understand that I can help. And as cliche as it might sound, We have to do what we can do in our little corner of the world to try to make things better day in and day out, chipping away at the problems as they arise. And we have to be careful not to fall victim to apathy, cynicism, which too often manifests into people simply saying, "It's not my problem." A person might also be tempted to say that from a budgetary standpoint, that non-recurring funds cannot be used for recurring cost. I would caution also against this perspective, because many of the non-recurring funds that exist in this budget are a result of an accumulation of years of underspending the recurring funds. I'll obviously let the great people of our bargaining leadership teams work out the details of that. But the details that matter, or at least the details that we think that matter, typically are determined by our values and our priorities. If you want to know what somebody values, look at what they spend their money on. And just for the record, saving money for the future is all well and good, but it becomes irresponsible if in pursuit of doing that, you are underfunding the present. So we can abdicate responsibility and we can look around the state of Florida or the United States or the world for that matter, and you would see a wide array of problems. But here in Osceola County, we have the power, and you have the power to make things better. Thank you.
I'm Stacy Green, 570 Pasito Way, St. Cloud, 34769. I am in my 23rd year of public education, 12 years here in Florida in Osceola County. I'm a single mom of 3 boys who are all in your county currently. I have a senior, a sophomore, and then my 7th grader, just sang for you. He also passed out invitations for the wonderful Men's Day Neptune is doing by the glorious Miss Lopez, who is fantastic. It is on a Tuesday night, and as of right now, I'm not going to be able to go because I have to accept a second job because I can't afford my rent to live in the same house that my kids have lived in since I got divorced, and that's not okay. I have a bachelor's, I have 2 masters, and I can't survive. I can't pay my bills. I had to close out my Michigan pension because I used to teach in Michigan. I did roll most of it over, but I took money out because I had to buy a car because my van died. I have no savings. I am a paycheck away from losing everything. And that's how I live, and that's how my kids have lived, and that's unfortunately how I was raised, but it's not what I wanted for my kids. I shouldn't have to have, 2 jobs. I shouldn't have to have 3 jobs. I should be able to spend my time at school with my kids. One of the greatest things that I've been able to do is I taught at Parton, and then I moved to Neptune, and I had those kids again. Now I'm at the high school, I have those kids again. Watching those kids grow from when they're little to now adults is amazing. And that's why I'm a teacher, but the time that I give to those kids now is gonna get cut because I'm gonna have to leave school and I'm gonna have to go work somewhere else. One of the things I learned early on from my students in Michigan is kids need a mom. And now while they are older, I still need to be at home with my kids. And now I'm gonna have to be gone in evenings that I have them, weekends that I have them, because I need to work. The 8.7%, cost of living adjustment, it's a necessity. Like, we have to survive. My mom gets a Social Security increase every year. I mean, as long as people work, there's gonna be Social Security. I just don't understand why, my 22 years in the district is only worth $50 a year. Like, it should be more than that. Like, we should be appreciated more, and we really need that because I'm too old and in it for too long to go do something else. But I'm here, and I want to be here, but at the same time, I'm also too old to have to start over and work a second job at the same time. So when it comes down to that point, please consider it for all of us. Thank you.
Holly, Katie?
Good evening. Holly Katie, Flora Ridge Elementary School, 947 Whistler Court, St. Cloud. As you can see the sign, one job should be enough. I was not planning on speaking tonight, but I have to say I'm very angry. I'm also rather disappointed. This is my 16th year of teaching, and last year, I had the wonderful privilege of being brought up to minimum wage. I now make $300 more a year than a brand new student. I don't have a master's degree. I had to drop because of medical reasons, never able to finish. However, we should not need to come to a meeting like this and beg for a cost of living adjustment. It's disrespectful to us. My $300 more a year than a beginning teacher is a slap in the face. I came into this profession late because I did something else. I made more money at that. I came here because I love what I do, as do my colleagues. We wouldn't be here otherwise. My confusion is why we have to come here and ask for what should be given automatically. I'm going to leave it at that. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Heidi Peterson.
She went to the restroom.
Come on down to the Price is Right.
Okay, all right, hello. I am Heidi Patterson Goikachea at 2103 Congress Lane, St. Cloud. I'm in my 15th year of teaching and am here not only as a teacher, but a parent, a community member, and a graduate of Poinciana High School. Frankly, the state of education in our state is deplorable. I'm starkly aware of this, and sadly, most of what's happening with education in Florida is due to the laws at the state level. There are 22 laws governing teacher pay. However, I'm speaking tonight to address the district, inform the board and the community that there are things that can be done at the district level to help remedy the bleak outlook in education in our state. For starters, the district can change the teacher evaluation system. This is a non-transparent system that no one understands, involving an algorithm that has 18 different numbers and characters. What we do know is that highly effective begins at 3.5 in Osceola County and comes with a larger bonus. Meanwhile, in Orange County, highly effective begins at 3.25. So it seems like a no-brainer. If you'd like to keep teachers from leaving this county, you can lower the highly effective rating to boost pay and morale. In the meantime, a great way to provide a temporary fix to this flawed system of evaluative pay is to approve the 8.7% cost of living adjustment. This is perfectly legal. In fact, Orange County has already done this. That would probably explain why they have far fewer instructional vacancies right now, and we are sitting at 225. The district should have no problem paying this with $153 million sitting in an investment portfolio, $86 million in the general fund, and millions in various other funds. The district is not broke, and these funds got there by not increasing teacher pay. If you ask any parent, such as myself, if they'd rather have money sitting in an investment fund or have a teacher for their child, how do you think they'd answer? Every child, every chance, every day means a teacher in every classroom. Like me, I'm sure no educator in Florida chose the field of education thinking we'd be wealthy, but none of us chose it thinking we couldn't afford rent or to buy groceries. This isn't the education field I chose at 17 while teaching in the teaching academy at Poinciana High School with Dr. Pace as my mentor. Now, 20 years later, here I am begging for a cost of living adjustment from Dr. Pace herself. Do what's right by your community. Times are tough, and you have $153 million in an investment fund and millions of dollars in other funds. If the district chooses not to spend the funds, we know they have, the teacher shortage in Osceola County will continue to grow. And we will know who to blame. If my 17-year-old self only knew what the state of education would look like in Osceola County today, I probably wouldn't be standing here today. Take this opportunity to be a solution to the problem, not a cause. Fund the future of Osceola County. Thank you.
Emily Johnson.
toll. My name is Emily Johnson, 3000 Mallory Circle, Kissimmee, Florida, and I'm a first grade teacher at Flora Ridge Elementary during the week. On weekends and at night, I am a waitress at Disney World, and seasonally, I am a cast member otherwise at Disney Parks and Resorts. That's 3. I also have to tutor in the mornings before school. That's 4. That's 3 too many. I moved here in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic, knowing that Florida was the 48th in average teacher pay, but thinking, it's fine, we can do this. I knew I wanted to be here. I felt a connection with here. I knew about the children here. I knew that I could do something here. On Sunday, May 8th of last year, while I was waitressing, I had a stroke. I didn't know that day, but I would then be out for the rest of the school year. Since then, I no longer can work the other 2 jobs that I count on and rely on to fill the very large gap that is left between my salary as a 4-year experienced teacher with 2 master's degrees and cost of living. My rent, which takes over a paycheck and a half, and that includes what I'm already getting from the extra hour PLC that I take and the tutoring. We can't afford to live where we teach, and moving farther away is not an option. With inflation and gas prices, we won't have a way to get to work. It's not going to be possible. I know I'm not alone. I mean, we're all here saying pretty much the same thing. I know teachers that can't afford their rent now, can't afford the rent that they were going to be paying when we re-sign our leases. I know a couple of teachers one of which I'm now driving to school because she had to leave her apartment after being evicted as the sole breadwinner for her family, and now is living in a hotel on 192 with a lot of our students, so that she can still show up every day, put her financial and personal struggles at the door like we all do, to be there for our children who have many of those same stressors from their own families. We've already talked about the numbers tonight, and as of 4:15 p.m. when I looked at them, it was 221 instructional vacancies. That's not a surprise. We know we're losing teachers at an astounding rate, not just in Florida. But it's not going to get fixed. It's not getting better, and it hasn't gotten better, and at the current rate of things, it doesn't look like it's going to be getting better. Not without a change in the right direction.
Emily, thank you for your comments. Maeve Gavin. Felicia Smith.
Good evening. Felicia Smith, Kissimmee, Florida. I am an ESP, Educational Support Professional, one of the 2 of us that are here tonight to support our faculty, our teachers. I'm here to support them as a coworker because they've been here many times to support the ESPs. The COLA is not just for the teachers, but it's for all of us, especially our students. Our teachers spend their money daily to feed them sometimes, clothe them sometimes, buy them school supplies. But most of all, our teachers are there for that student that needs to talk and have a friendly person that they can rely on every day. Let's give these teachers the support that they need to care for the things for their families, for their students, and for their community. Thank you.
my gosh.
Oh, girl, got this.
You
Okay.
guys speaking together?
Yes. Yeah. Which wins? Yeah. If you didn't know.
Are you students by any chance?
Yes.
Wait, just don't give your address.
Okay. It was a joke. Okay. So, I'm speaking first. Hi, I'm Jamie Cash Stevens, and I'm a student at St. Cloud High School. I'm in here to speak in favor of cost of living wages for the teachers. These teachers that you see tonight are teachers that need a raise. They supported me in anything that I could to achieve for my goals. These guys have helped so many children to succeed in life. But you guys can't give them a raise? Like, hello? These teachers have been through a lot when COVID started and when it ended. I know what's been going on since I was little, because why? My mom's a teacher. And she doesn't pay well either. And I'm eligible to vote. And I'm here to stand up for the teachers, and I won't be sitting like a dog waiting for you to throw them a bone. So thank you for listening to a high school student who will be voting. Hi, I'm Laurel Castro Stevens, and these teachers need a raise because they have been working to the bone with all these students, these adults. These students are like what they put for family first. And they taught you guys as well, these teachers. They didn't even know what they're doing first off. They all went through it. But you always have to look through of what they should do and what they should know. That they have a family to raise. I have a teacher who works a second job, and I have teachers who are family members to me. They are important, and they need a job to like feed off their family and have a lot of wealth, because they need to have a better life, because these students are for the future, and we need that, because if they don't get a better raise, then we're gonna lose all the teachers you guys have. So, thank you.
Good
Andrew Spar?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, board members, and good evening, Superintendent Dr. Pace. My name is Andrew Spar. I'm president of the Florida Education Association, 213 South Adams Street, Tallahassee, Florida. I couldn't do a better job than what the students just before me did and all the speakers this evening. You heard it. We have a teacher shortage in the state of Florida and in this nation. And as you heard one of the speakers say, it's something that we could pass the buck on and send it on to someone else and say, hey, it's someone else's problem. But the reality of it is, in order to deal with the teacher shortage and the staff shortage in our schools, it's going to take every school board in the state of Florida being bold, being courageous, and really looking at what we're doing as a district. I looked at some numbers from your budget, and I looked at last year's numbers, the end of the year. Where did you end up? At the end of last year, the end of last school year, the end of last fiscal year, you had $89 million in your fund balance, or 13%. Now keep in mind, the state requires a 3% reserve in fund balance. Your unassigned fund balance was $55.3 million, or 9.5%. Now, I will also point out there were increased expenditures, transportation and maintenance of plant, but also the board line item went from $1.5 million, which was budgeted, to an actual of $5.3 million, $3.8 million more dollars spent on the board. So let's look at the instruction line item, the line item in which a lot of teachers and staff are paid from, the line item that talks about the education of our children. That line item was budgeted at $413 million, and the actual spent was $371 million, $42 million under what was budgeted. Now, I point that out because some of those revenues, or savings, if you will, came from the fact that you can't find teachers and staff. And so I think there is an opportunity here. I think if we sharpen the pencil, use the eraser a little bit more, there's a way to find revenue in the budget to increase the pay of teachers and staff. And it has to be done, because the number one reason that teachers and staff cite for leaving the profession today is the low pay. And it's not just teachers after their first 5 years who come in thinking they're going to change the world and then face all the bureaucracies that get in their way of doing what they know is best for kids. It's the reality that we're watching teachers with 15, 20, 25 years of experience quitting before they even reach retirement because they can no longer do the job they need to for every child and at the same time sacrifice their families. And that's what we're hearing. My daughter, who's in elementary school last year, had her science teacher quit at winter break because her science teacher said, "I will no longer sacrifice my young family when I can't even do what is best for kids and provide for my family." And she walked away. And my daughter did not have a science teacher the rest of the year, which is what you're seeing for so many kids. Thank you. I appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Got a couple of my cousins in red tonight. I appreciate y'all showing up. Larry Allen, 722 Mabbitt. I'd like to read a few of the comments from the 3,000 people who support our petition, and I want to read it like it plays in my head, like they're saying it. My salary is shameful. No one with a master's degree should be poor and unable to afford to live comfortably, especially when our jobs are so important. We literally educate the next generation. Another person said, "You are losing brilliant teachers who should be making a difference in your students' lives because they cannot afford to be a teacher. Do better." This person said, "I'm a teacher and I work nights at the amusement parks. I wish I could have more authentic and engaging lessons, but truth be told, I'm tired. But it's either 4 hours of sleep or don't pay my bills." As a new teacher, I'm being pulled away from my home because other places offer a better salary and benefits package. Others are stuck between the decision of living a financially secure future or simply being able to survive this very moment. I know educators who have put in several years in this district, but they have chosen to leave behind their retirement package and move on because they cannot survive the ever-rising cost of living. As a new teacher in Osceola County, there is nothing holding me here. This person says, "I love teaching, and I love my family. I hate that a career for which I feel so much passion and joy also feeds into the financial anxiety of so many who share our classrooms, our communities, our county. I'm a teacher. It's hard to live check by check when the cost of living is higher than my pay. Teachers deserve a decent salary. Teachers work more than expected. It's more than a full-time job. School has become home to many of us, and our home has become a place that we visit. And sadly, we are never enough to our administrators, parents, and sometimes even our students. A financial fair break is so pertinent in our lives because it will definitely benefit our overwhelming, emotional, stressed, worried, and physical well-being. Not just us, but everyone else who needs us to be present every day at school, present in our student/parents' lives, and most of all, in our families' lives, the ones who should deserve the most and the best part of us. Money doesn't bring happiness, but it sure does give us stability. And when you are stable, everything in the life that surrounds you will be stable. When we go on a flight, the stewardess tells you, "Hey, put on your mask before you put on your child's mask." We need to do the same thing. We need to take care of the caregivers, otherwise they're either going to leave or they're going to die. Thank you.
Diana Hauser?
Good
Good evening. My name is Dinah Hauser. I'm 1122 Wisconsin Avenue. I've been teaching at Michigan Avenue for the last 29 years, and I'm speaking on behalf of all the teachers, all the paras, and others that work in the Osceola schools. I believe we have earned and deserve a fair cost of living adjustment. It has been far too many years that we have been asked to go above and beyond, which we gladly do for our students. Many districts that are around us have already given their teachers a large monetary increase, including the veteran teachers like myself, to show their appreciation. I believe that it is our school district's turn to show how much you appreciate us. Thank you.
Will Fonseca?
Hello, everyone. Hello, board. Will Fonseca, 1850 Cavalier Court. I go by Coach Will. As I sit here and listen to the teachers and remembering conversations that I've had with other district staff in the community, I think we all realize is that they need our help. Teachers wear many hats, and they are the backbone of our district. The message is clear today, and based on the vacancies, is that they need our help. As a coach, I hope to be a part of a team in a couple weeks that send a message to our community and to our students, is that our students matter. They matter so much that we are going to do our best to help those who work the closest with our students. Let's send a message that we don't want any more teachers leaving because they can't afford to be a teacher. Let's send a message that Osceola School Board truly cares, and we would do that by our actions. Thank you.
Debbie Mann?
Good evening, I'm Debbie Mann, 1180 Sungrove Lane, St. Cloud, Florida. I'm here tonight to discuss two issues. First, I'll read a district policy. It says, well, now I can get it. It said, no, public employees may not use the data network for political activities. The reason I read that policy is because so far we've received 3 emails on our school network supporting the tax renewal that's going to be on the ballot. I was told it was just to inform voters, but we've never received information on any other ballot topics. And when the emails and literature are saying things like, this is a friendly reminder that your deadline to register to vote is coming up and a very important issue will be on the ballot, Osceola County residents will vote on whether to renew their 1-cent sales tax. A vote in favor of the renewal of the sales tax keeps what our county has in place already. I encourage you to share this important information with others and take advantage of your right to vote. It sounds like political activity to me. That brings me to my second issue. I wish the district put as much effort into valuing and retaining their teachers. I urge you to consider the cost of living adjustment. Like other stories we've heard tonight, my school alone lost 3 amazing teachers of varying experience last year simply to higher wages with less stress, and have some mentioning it already this year. We've been hearing the same excuses for years now, and it's starting to get old. Many have pointed out some budget issues earlier, and we are aware of what can be done. We are here tonight to inform you that we are your most important line item, and we're not buying it anymore. But we love our students, and we keep going day in and day out, but at this point, it's like we're being taken advantage of. It's time to get creative. Other districts and other agencies in Osceola are doing right by their employees, and it's time Osceola School District does the same. We seem to have no problem giving leadership raises. Talk is cheap, and it is time to put our money where the mouth is. The COLA petition has over 3,000 signatures from the community because the community loves their teachers and school staff and wants to support them. Respect begins with a fair contract and a livable wage. Please consider doing the right thing by your teachers, paras, and ESPs. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for being respectful during the comments. Really helps. Mr. Melendez, you have a comment, and then I have attorney comments as well.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Pace or Tammy, whichever one can answer it. I know that when we were looking at the beginning of the year, we looked at the severity of the teacher shortage, and we started using substitute teachers. You know, we hired Kelly to put in some of the vacancies and some other methods. When a substitute teacher is assigned to a classroom, is that lowering our vacancy count? So when we say we're 150, like, because to me, that can almost be like misinterpreted differently, because a substitute teacher isn't a teacher. And so when we're 150 short, is that 150 short without substitutes being considered in a classroom, like assigned to that classroom?
No, sir, when we advertise, when we have a long-term sub in the building, we're continuing to advertise and seeking to actually fill that position.
So it's still considered a vacancy, even though they have a long-term sub?
Correct.
Do you know how many long-term subs exist how many long-term subs we have assigned throughout the district?
I don't have that number today, but we can get you that number.
Yeah, I think that'd be something to kind of like, as a rolling total to keep track of, you know what I mean? Because when we're looking at things, we have too many long-term subs. Subs are supposed to be, the definition is temporary sub. They're supposed to be even like daily. I mean, they're supposed to be like, hey, a teacher calls in sick or is missing, you call them on there, they're not supposed to be permanently assigned to a classroom.
We also have some long-term subs that are covering leave of absences, FMLA, maternity leave, those types of things. We'll
Can
certainly
we get
get
an
that number.
Excel spreadsheet with the different categories of vacancies versus long-term subs and what they're covering?
I can send you all the vacancy spreadsheet tomorrow.
Does that include that information?
We'll work on the substitute piece.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, I wanted to note the audience's face when we said we had 150 vacancies. I'm not sure that there's a person in the room that actually believed that number. My biggest concern was that we are continuing the practice of what we did for FTE. In my opinion, from what I hear on the ground, that we were putting people in these FTE spots to make sure that we were doing the right thing, and then moving them around afterwards in a very creative way and so on and so forth, so that we could make sure we got our money. Don't have a heart attack because I'm saying this. But, and then at the end, moving back and creating those vacancies, because as long as we have 300 or 400 kids in an auditorium, it's hard to believe that we're only down 150 positions, excuse me. So I am not gonna violate, the labor, okay? No, because not yet. You're gonna help me too well, and I don't wanna be helped right now. So I'm gonna talk about philosophy, okay? I'm gonna talk about the mission of the district. I'm not gonna talk about pay, and I think that you guys know me pretty well. I don't agree with the union's positions on everything, okay? But we're not just talking about touchy-feeling situation, and I want the community to know that. We're talking about performance issue, okay? This is a pure and simple performance issue, okay? And I wanna kinda wrap this around two things. So hypothetically speaking, in my opinion, a perfect school district, teachers would be at 70K. It's a no-brainer, because it has to be a competitive field in comparison to the rest of the world. We don't have one-room schoolhouses anymore where there's a wife and it doesn't matter how much money she earns in there, and that's all. But that's the system that we're living under. We're living in a system, a model, which is not only so severely outdated that we're not doing anything well. I know that everybody here is getting awards like crazy, as if we were the world's best institution ever created. But I don't believe it. Because me as a teacher, I'm seeing kids that can't read or write. I'm seeing kids that come into school in the 7th or 8th grade, and I'm like, how am I supposed to get this kid to pass an EOC when he can't even understand the first 3 words in a sentence? This is not about just a money issue and whatever. The idea that hypothetically is this, let's say any school district in space with $1.8 billion and tens of millions of dollars in a reserve fund that we're not even statutorily mandated to have to the degree that we would if we were that same institution is ridiculous. It's crazy. It's crazy the idea that if we were all A's, right, then it would be a whole different argument in which I would imagine these space teachers would be talking about a raise because they're doing everything correctly. Instead, we're having these alien teachers starving, coming here begging for food. As a district, our performance is not good in outer space, and we're still arguing over like the simplest thing. The perfect school district, okay, paying $70,000 a year for a beginning teacher would remove myriad barriers to all the other issues that we're having on performance. It would only make sense. We need to, that district, that hypothetical district in outer space, it would be advisable to reallocate the focus of bandwidth to the teacher-student-parent relationship. If the focus were there, then we wouldn't be having the issues that we're having here. Now, I'm going to talk about the real world now for a second, something that I've learned as a teacher in about 5 minutes of teaching. Actually, I guess I've been elected for 7 minutes, I've been teaching for 5. Here's what I've learned. I want I'm thinking about what I'm saying for your benefit. Someone said that teachers were celebrities, but you're not. The celebrities are up here. It should be that you're the celebrities. It should be. That should be the entire 99% of the focus that we have, that any district has, right? That should be everything should matter. So I know some people hate when I talk about the Army, but I've been in different units in the Army. I've been in units where the leadership was so excellent that you could get these soldiers to win medals of honor, 3 in 1 battalion, which is a gigantic achievement that no other Army unit in the world has achieved, at least no American Army unit has achieved. Okay? That's what great leadership does. Bad leadership, on the other hand, creates chaos. People come and they beg to be supported. The results are always mediocre or less, right? I've been in those 2 different types of units. One of them, okay, made me feel like I could charge up any mountain at any point in time. Somebody could have called me at 3 in the morning. I would pick up my rifle and I would chase anybody that I needed to for this country. The other one made me leave the Army. This is not about inflation, in my opinion. This is about removing simple obstacles to the progress of education, rewriting the model of education, reprioritizing the magic, which is what happens in the classroom. And just for your information, in my classroom, I don't have any fancy gadgets, okay? I only have my voice. In my classroom, in my specific classroom, I don't have a super fancy mentoring program. I have a Mrs. S and a Mrs. A who always remind me how dumb I am. And they also teach me on a daily basis how to be a better teacher. And then I have kids who remind me that I'm not the greatest. And I also don't have a superintendent who mandates what I'm doing for 55 minutes in the day. What I have is a principal that believes in my ability and capacity to reach these kids and teach them to the degree that I can. Teacher pay is not an employee issue here in this district. Teacher pay, okay, which has been neglected so much, is a performance issue for our district. This district is not performing to the degree that I would be proud of it doing. Not to saying that people aren't working hard. We obviously have 1 million people working hard. But it's very obvious that we have taken, I mean, this is math. We've taken the public's money. We have tens of millions of dollars left over, and we have employees begging in the salon to be able to pay their bills on a daily basis. I have a doctorate degree. I get paid $50,000 to be a teacher. I'm not sure, honestly, that is worth it. If you take the intangibles of teaching away, there's way more responsibility. Your contract does not account for the time that you spend outside the classroom. Your contract does not account for things like dealing with kids' emotional states on a daily basis, which I also don't think that we do well here, not because of lack of program or resources, but because our entire philosophy on education is just completely messed up from the ground up. this is just the way that you guys feel about pay is the way I feel about this job. Not teaching this job, right? Not only is it not worth it for the $42 or $43,000, it's not worth it at all. At all. It has cost me personally, emotionally, mentally. But here's the difference. They're doing the best they can to have the best result on the best people that we have available. Our kids, my kid who's the greatest thing in the world. The teachers are the ones that are applying their knowledge and effort and love to her. But we're not doing the best that we can here. This is like being on a bad team. It's like the bad news bears with no happy ending. It's like we don't see the logic, the simple things. And it's repulsive to me because I do care. I care a lot. I care about this community. I care about these teachers. I don't care about the teachers and the union and all the details and all the politics. I care about you as people. I care about our community. I care about our kids who at some point will be taking care of me in retirement. But we can't do the obvious things here. It doesn't matter. I don't care. And I know that this is going to be there. I think somebody mentioned it earlier that, oh, this district, the whole statewide, that this way. Who cares? All I care about is Osceola County. And in Osceola County, we're not doing the right thing, but we could. Now, I'm going to move on for your sake. I'm getting all kinds of hand signals. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to talk about this. And also, if I didn't make you upset before I left tonight, I wouldn't be doing my standard John Arguello protocol. If I were the president of the union, I would be very careful coming up here and making great speeches. Now I'm going to tell you why. If I were the president of the union, I would not open my mouth to say a single word to a single person, and if it wasn't to improve the lives of these teachers, and instead focusing on politics that are outside, have nothing to do with teachers' lives. I would not spend a single moment of my life talking about anything else except the outcome of the teachers' livelihoods if I were the president of the teachers' union. That's not what the union's been doing. I've seen all kinds of political stuff going up and this and that and whatever and getting involved in... You know what? If I were the teachers' union's president, I guarantee you that I would live and die according to what my results for you were. And I would not be trying to get anybody elected except somebody that was going to further your cause. And I guarantee you that's not what the union is doing necessarily for you. And I'm not talking about the local union. The local union I have my problems with also. The local union had opportunities to make a change in this county. And in my idea, in my mind, they dropped the ball. But the state union, if you're going to come up here, you should be doing more across the state. You should be doing what you need to do to get these teachers. You should be working in the state. Now, everybody knows where I lean politically. Right? It's pretty obvious. This is not a political issue. Your livelihoods is not a political issue, but the reason that you guys don't get the results that you want is because it's mixed with politics. If you could unmix it, detangle that, okay? The way I had to do with my daughter's hair when she got slime in it this weekend, if you guys detangled that mess of being politics and then taking care of the teachers, I guarantee you, you guys would be in a whole different world. You can go ahead and put your campaign contributions against me.
No problem.
But here's the bottom line. You guys need to be more focused. All right, and I'm speaking to the state union because I can't speak to you guys directly about this. All right, I hope you guys are picking up on that. You guys need to focus on what your job is as a union. And now's the time. Now's the time. Because everybody might go and sign your petition, right? But I guarantee you there's only one way that petition has any legs. So, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys tolerating that.
Thank you, Mr. Arguello, for your comments. So, board, it sounds like there is an appetite to have some kind of further conversation, and I also think that it might be a pressing conversation to at least understand what the implications of the ask of the teachers is. I know I'm not going to make people happy right now. I'm wondering if we can have, does this have to be a closed meeting?
This should be an
You should have an executive.
Can we, yes,
I have a recommendation for you,
like soon?
like right now.
Yeah, no, I mean like,
You have a swearing in on the 22nd. Following that, I would recommend you have an executive session with the new board.
so the
Address
swearing
the
in,
issue and bring the issue to a conclusion one way or the other. I have too much respect for these teachers to go into the law. I think the union did commit a ULP because they didn't respect the bargaining process, but I respect you all too much to get sidestepped by that. So if you would, my recommendation is you have.
So our meeting, we can have discussion within the board and Dr. Pacey can facilitate that. I know our meeting is early in the morning and it's very short. And I think that there was already some issues with that meeting to begin with folks having to do other things. So can the meeting be later in the day? After the new folks are sworn in?
I'm back in on the 22nd.
No.
The majority of our office is going to be closed on
It's because
November
of
the 22nd.
Thanksgiving,
Because it's 2
understood.
days before Thanksgiving,
Mhm.
as well as our schools are going to be closed.
Got it. There's no way to do it before then because we can't include that.
Yeah, but if the executive session is just us.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
It'll be us three, however, and I understand exactly what you're saying. Cool, I got it. But if we're going to be asking 2 new board members, and I'm affording privileges that weren't afforded to me. Like doing this job is very hard. It's like drinking from a water hose, and we've already asked them to make 2 very tough decisions. I don't know that I mean, I think it would be unfair to ask them to without having
No, and I agree.
information.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying is I agree with having an executive session after the board meeting. Because we already have the board meeting staff
Got
is here.
it.
We just have it.
So on the
right up.
22nd, if we can, I know, no, you said no, not that day. Okay.
I would prefer not to have to ask my staff to stay that day.
Yes, I would prefer that as well. However, yes, I understand what you're saying. Is the office open at all? Like, when do folks come? That whole week, everyone's on vacation?
No, Monday and Tuesday, the office is open, but with very limited staff.
Yeah,
Well, who do we
okay, so
need?
here's the thing,
We just need us.
we only need Mr. Boyd and Sarah.
Yeah, that's all we need.
It ain't like the whole district.
Because it's an executive session. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna speak
I'm
for
gonna
Mr.
be
Boyd,
here,
but I'm sure
so-
she's a CFO, pretty sure that she's okay bringing, just like we are, okay? I mean, we're gonna leave it until when?
It'll be
For what purpose?
January. Well, not January, but it'll be December.
Do it in December, we can do it the first week of December if you like. We can do it right after things, well, we're at FSBA, but we can do it as soon as we get back from FSBA.
Can we have an executive session at FSBA?
I mean, whatever, I'm not gonna press
We
that
can't.
issue,
Okay. I understand, Dr. Pace, I know what you're thinking. The first week of December, do we have a board meeting? Can we have an executive session anyway?
Yes.
So let
Is
me,
that okay?
can someone come in with an emergency motion on the following day, or the chairwoman can ask for an emergency motion, right? We have time to do research prior to that meeting on November 2nd. It doesn't require that we all speak. We can do research independently.
You're talking the December meeting.
Yeah, the November meeting.
The November.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
December meeting. Yeah, you can put you could ask to have any item on the agenda.
Right, but
Okay.
I would,
December 6th?
Tuesday, I think that's early enough. It's only 2 weeks after the swearing in, so that would give whoever is on the board some time. So I would ask if it's okay to have an executive session that day. Does anybody have any specific plans that would prevent them from doing that?
And December 6th, not in,
December 6th.
oh, 6th.
December 6th. And I mean, we could be flexible with that, because as long as we meet everyone.
Or how
We have
about
our
this?
principals meeting in the morning, so I can do it anytime in the afternoon.
Does it have to be a Tuesday? On Wednesday?
No.
On Wednesday, it's the state of Osceola County. I intend to go. We can have an executive session before we're all gonna, I think everyone's gonna be here.
Is the 7th okay, Dr. Pace?
I have school-related employee interviews that day. I could do it at 5 o'clock or 5:30.
I mean, I'm okay with 5
No,
o'clock.
I meant like before we head out to the state of the county, because the state of the county's at 11. If we can do it like, I'd say like 10 o'clock.
And school-related employee of the year interviews, and that process has had a very expedited timeline from the state.
Can we do it at 5?
Okay.
Yes.
Or we can do it on the 6th, either day.
The only thing I'm recommending is that you don't do it after a board meeting where everybody's tired, and you don't do it
No,
where
yeah,
you gotta
there's no
get
meeting that
arbitrarily
week.
done in an hour, because because
Yeah.
you don't really need to talk through.
There's no meeting on the week of the 6th.
Okay, so can we continue to, can we collaborate on that issue, on that question for the date and the time and just in December with a goal for early December?
December 6th, would that be okay?
I'm trying to find out
Calendar.
because,
Can we
Yep.
do it tentatively, and then if we need
Yes.
to change that, Dr. Pace, December 6th, after evening?
At 5.
Okay, thank you, board, for that. And if we need to change it, then we'll talk about it. I appreciate that. All right, so, Mr. Koppenbacher, you do have some additional comments for us?
Yes,
Legal
members of
issues?
the board.
Huh?
No, I was just thinking, like, if we try to do like November 15th, but
No,
but
we're
not,
not
the
sworn
new
in.
board members aren't
Yeah,
sworn in.
that's fine, yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Koppenbacher.
Thank you. Members of the board, you have under my seat an appeal of the superintendent's denial of an impact fee waiver. There was a request by the developer on a multifamily unit asserting it was affordable essential services personnel housing and requesting the waiver of their having to pay $1,129,248,000. This is virtually the same identical issue we dealt with in the last meeting.
But a different organization.
Right. For your benefit, on Thursday of this week, Ms. Blake and I and Ms. Graver are meeting with the applicant from the last meeting, Ms. Denied, to talk about different ways to approach this. Plan on coming back to the board after that, talking about could we approach the county about this? Yeah. Can we approach the county regarding this? Also, the additional thing I'll just tell you, in looking at this whole issue, if we're going to do something and hearing these teachers tonight, I think we ought to consider the teachers and our employees essential housing, and maybe say to a developer, if you really want us to partner with you, then these have to be for our staff and educators to live in at rates that they can afford. So that's a bigger issue, but tonight we're here on the appeal. The appellant applicant would speak first, Madam Chair, and then the district would go.
We are recessing the board meeting and now in
Yes,
hearing, or?
yes.
Oh, I did not, that is not what it looks like here. I apologize for not following protocol, so we are recessing the regular board meeting and entering into hearing.
Good evening, Board. Richard DeWitt, 200 South Andrews Avenue. I'm here on behalf of Pinnacle Wesleyan, and I'm going to proceed a little bit, and then I'm going to turn it over to my client. Before I go there, though, I would like to acknowledge, in light of Veterans Day next week, two of my fellow veterans that are on the board, Board Member Melendez for his service in Iraq, and Board Member Arguello, that was for his service in Afghanistan. I'm a old M1A1 tanker. I got a little more dust on my boots than y'all from Desert Storm, but appreciate your service. Thank you. So let me just go ahead and jump into it. Now, as staff mentioned, we filed an application for educational impact fee exemption pursuant to section 24-42. Staff reviewed that application and found it met all the criteria under 24-42, and then forwarded it to the superintendent for review. Superintendent subsequently denied that, and now we're here on this appeal. So let me just go over a couple quick things in 24-42. First, and this is right from the code, it says, the following development shall, mandatory, be exempted from payment of the educational system impact fee. And then, when you go down further, it also states that the superintendent shall grant it if you meet those criteria. Now, I know you're going to hear something else regarding subject of the availability of other school board revenues to pay for this exemption, and we can get into that later. And we did watch the meeting last time, and I know you did your homework, Board Member Melendez, we heard it. Now, the other thing I want to point your direction to is the review hearing. This review hearing is de novo. That means it's anew. You can look at everything. You can look at the application. You can look at the financials. You look at everything anew, and you make the determination as the board. You have that power. That's your power as the final decision maker. Then finally, I want to point your attention to Chapter 163, 3180. And that's that new state statute, fairly new, that states a county, municipality, or special district may provide an exception or waiver for an impact fee for the development or construction of housing that is affordable. Goes on, if a county, municipality, or special district provides such an exception or waiver, it is not required to use any revenues to offset the impact. Now, this was important because the prior concerns that fees could not be waived because somehow the rational nexus test would fail and an overall impact fee ordinance would be jeopardized is now moot. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to my client for the remainder of the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, superintendent, and staff. My name is Tim Wheat. I am Regional Vice President for Pinnacle Communities. We are the developer of Pinnacle at the Wesleyan. We provided you a handout tonight that includes a brief summary of our proposed 96-unit affordable rental community in Kissimmee and information about our company, Pinnacle, which has been in business for 25 years and owns about 10,000, or owns or has developed about 10,000 units of affordable housing in Florida, Texas, and Mississippi. We're based in South Florida. We have a portfolio here in Central Florida of a little over 1,000 units. By way of qualifications for myself, I've been in the affordable housing business for 37 years in the public sector, the nonprofit sector, and the private sector. And I've been with Pinnacle since 2002, having developed about 3,000 units of affordable housing in our portfolio. I'm the president of the Community Land Trust of Palm Beach County, which gives first-time home buyers home ownership opportunities. And I was once the vice chair of the Federal Home Loan Bank of Atlanta's Affordable Housing Advisory Council. So I've seen how other appeals have gone. I want to focus a little less on our development. Our development will be wonderful and consistent with our high-quality standard of affordable housing. But I also want to focus on the broader policy questions of how impact fee waivers work and what the goal is and how a flat fee can be sort of a regressive tax on affordable housing and how looking at this a little bit differently is a benefit for the school district. But first, just give you the numbers. Our proposed development is $32.8 million, consists of 96 units, financed primarily with 9% housing tax credits from the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, which we use to raise the investment equity. We're income restricted for a period of 50 years, in addition to the 30-year restrictions that would exist for essential service workers that the school district requires. Florida Housing requires a 50-year income restriction at 60% of the area-wide median income or less. So by the numbers, since you've heard a lot about salaries and pay, a single-person household, that works out to about $35,000 a year. For a four-person household, $40,000 a year. We have 96 units, 12 one-bedrooms, 62 bedrooms, 24 three-bedrooms. At today's income levels, a one-bedroom at the 60% AMI level would rent for about $933 a month. The two-bedroom at $1,120 and the three-bedroom at $1,293, with certain selected units at even lower income levels. The economic crisis and inflation has hit us. Our costs from the time we applied to Florida Housing for these incredibly valuable tax credits in late 2020 have risen 59% on the hard construction side between then and now. So we're in discussions, in addition to getting extra tax credits from Florida Housing to meet this crisis, an unprecedented move by their board in April. We're in discussions with Osceola County and the city of Kissimmee on waivers of fees and financial support for the development. So our goal is to meet those needs, close on our financing, and start construction in the first quarter of 2023. Just want to review quickly a few sort of policy considerations. First, to quote from an overview of impact fees and affordable housing published by the State Housing Finance Corporation in 2018, saying that, flat impact fees tend to be inherently progressive, which was the wisdom in the ordinance allowing for an exemption. Flat or constant fees across houses or apartments provide one of the most basic methods for establishing residential impact assessments. While relatively easy to calculate and administer, the use of fixed amounts is often deemed regressive. HUD has opined that, quote, flat rate impact fees compromise affordability and are socially negative to the degree they systematically overcharge purchasers in smaller, less expensive houses or apartments and undercharge others in the most valuable homes. So it's regressive in the sense that when you're trying to provide affordable housing, us paying the same rate as a Class A luxury development is difficult for us to manage, especially when we're cobbling together all of these different resources. Also, the implementation of high impact fees affects affordable housing development adversely. It's difficult to do it without some measure of relief. I'll quote a study by the James Madison Institute, a think tank, explained in a January 2019 study of the effectiveness of impact fees. They can be efficient in theory, but their implementation might be quite different and even create unintended negative consequences in markets such as Florida, where rapid growth in housing demand requires adding new homes in other tiers of the market geared to households with lower incomes. Since local economies rely on a diverse labor force to support employers and services, lower income households will be forced to live further out and commute longer distances, exacerbating problems associated with urban sprawl, traffic congestion, and low capacity infrastructure to serve the most dispersed living patterns. Our development is sort of in the core of Kissimmee, and that's what a lot of us do in affordable housing development. We focus on inner core, revitalizing inner core, and trying to rely on existing infrastructure. To continue to quote from that study, thus impact fees may well have disproportional impacts on different tiers of the housing market. Higher housing prices without commensurate increases in income reduces affordability, and moreover, since impact fees are typically assessed per housing unit, regardless of household or physical size, the financial burden may fall disproportionately on lower priced housing, exacerbating the negative impacts on lower income households. Higher impact fees as a proportion of the housing value would likely discourage home building for that market by reducing profit margins. The study was in 2019. We're seeing this live out in real time in 2020, this growing disparity as higher income households versus lower income households are faced with some of the same fixed costs and trying to address those. And in addition, the affordable housing exemptions, as you allow for senior housing, oftentimes gets affordable housing developers, when they look at their financial pro formas, will say, I'll opt to produce senior housing in areas where there are higher fixed income impact fees, and oftentimes neglecting the needs for family housing and essential service worker housing. So for these reasons, jurisdictions waive impact fees to support affordable housing fairly routinely. Manatee County and Flagler County waives school impact fees for affordable housing. The Broward County School District waives impact fees for very low and low households up to $50,000 per project, and Polk County has been consistently waiving all of their fees for affordable housing since the 1990s. I'd also proffer, although not necessarily mentioned in Section 2442 of the code, is that deferrals of impact fees can be an effective tool. Is that when, if us developers know the fees deferred, perhaps until the end of an affordability period, such as you propose for the essential service workers for 30 years, and that fee is paid at the end of 30 years, it gives us tremendous breathing room in order to overcome all of the conditions with cost, us having restricted rents, raising capital from all these public and quasi-public sources. So a last point that I think is important for you as a policy consideration, or one of my last 2 points, is that the majority of our residents will come from Osceola County, thus negating an impact on local schools. A market study was performed on behalf of Pinnacle at the Wesleyan in connection with the credit underwriting process we go through with Florida Housing, and it was done by Meridian Appraisal Group last year. It found that, quote, "The primary market area is defined as where most of the demand will come from. It is primarily based on data gathered in the small area data case study that can be found on the Florida Housing Finance Corporation website. The study indicated that most affordable housing developments receive about 2/3 to 3/4 of their tenants from within a 10-mile radius. In addition, about 40% of the tenants living in affordable housing units work within 5 miles of their homes, while 65% work within 10 miles of their homes. The small area case study referenced here is published on Florida Housing's website, and it surveyed data from completed affordable housing communities in the entire Orlando metropolitan statistical area. And it found that, quote, "About half of the affordable housing tenants moved from within 5 miles of their current home, and about 70% moved from about 10 miles. Of course, we can't say definitively every resident from Pinnacle at the Wesleyan will be from the same neighborhood or even from Kissimmee or Osceola County in a 10-mile ring, but we can assess actual results after completion and share those results with the school district. Our experience has been most people who move into our communities are moving from overcrowded situations or multi-generational situations or substandard housing and are looking for a better quality of life from the local community. My last point of the evening, I know the hour's late. It's in the school's district's best interest to promote and support affordable housing, as there is a direct correlation between quality affordable housing and positive educational outcomes. I'll refer you to the Center of Housing Policy's The Impacts of Affordable Housing on Education, a research summary published in 2014. It found as follows. 1, affordable housing reduces the frequency of disruptive moves on school-aged children. 2, a diverse supply of affordable housing allows access to higher quality schools. They're not all concentrated in urban core areas, and if affordable housing is spatially deconcentrated and provided in communities where it's needed, there are also opportunities for better educational outcomes for those students. 3, affordable housing reduces overcrowding and other sources of housing-related stress. Children feel that. If they're in substandard or overcrowded housing that isn't well-regulated, well-managed housing like myself and my contemporaries in our industry do with the public-private partnership tools we bring to bear, that can cause stress on educational outcomes. And it also reduces the risk of homelessness, and lastly, reduces health hazards. Substandard housing, the risk of mold, which can trigger asthma and other health effects, definitely have a negative impact on educational outcomes. So in closing, I thank you for indulging me this evening and letting me just kind of review these policy considerations as you talk about these issues. As your counsel mentioned, I gather there may be a larger discussion about it. Granting our appeal and providing a waiver, at the very least, a reconsideration of these current and future policies with respect to affordable housing developments would be greatly appreciated. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Mr. Melendez has a question, but before that, I would like to ask a question. Well, actually, a couple of questions. First,
Sure.
I don't see here specifically if you're going to be in Shingle Creek. Is that the west side? Is that where this?
Yeah, we're just on the east side of the Shingle Creek Trail, west of Hoagland, just north of Vine.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you help me understand a little bit more about your business model in as much as 4 minutes?
My brain is swimming from 3 hours of
I
all
know,
you do,
mine
so.
too, but I really want to understand. Only because I have a couple of questions
Yes.
regarding how you make money.
Ah.
So, what is your business model? If you're undercutting the luxury apartment complexes, yeah, I'm assuming that you don't go into affordable housing just for kicks. So what's the compression there?
Okay, I'll make this as concise as I can. So in order to do a development, we raise funds. They come from primarily syndicating these housing tax credits. There's sometimes as little as 60, sometimes as much as 85% of your total capital stack. When you sign on to that program, you sign on to restricted rents for 50 years, and you sign on to the opportunity to earn a statutorily regulated developer fee. So once you complete the project, achieve all of your benchmarks for placing it in service, compliance, every tenant file is audited, and you know that you're income compliant, and you file all that paperwork in addition to audited cost certifications for both construction and overall development to the State Housing Finance Corporation. You get IRS Form 8609. And then your investor, who's typically banks that buy these housing tax credits, or start earning the credit over a 10-year period. Then you're allowed to earn, at the end, conversion, completion, lease-up, cash flow performance. Developer is allowed to earn a developer fee. The developer fee is regulated to be no greater than 16% of total development costs. However, most of us defer a significant percentage of that in order to make the transactions work. So sometimes the actual number can be 8, 10, or 12% of the development costs.
Got it. What do you know, like what the market, and literally you're educating me right now, so if I'm speaking out of turn or I don't have something, please let me know. What is the developer fee for a non-affordable housing complex?
Oh, okay.
Or if you know, you don't.
No, let me think of it another, well, there's two ways to look at that. In the conventional, because we're a diverse company, and we do conventional and market rate developments. In fact, we're doing one near Reunion right now with a partner. We're building 312 units there. So two ways you earn. One is you earn by selling it upon completion to an institutional buyer or a fund, Wall Street type buyer, or wild companies that are portfolio assemblers, and they'll buy it, and then you make a multiple on your original invested equity. So if you're doing a $10 million, let's just use simple math, a $10 million development, you might have gotten a $6.5 million construction loan, you put in $3.5 million of equity. You build the project, you stabilize the project, in year 4 or 5, you go to market, sometimes sooner, because this market's insane. Some people are selling before they're even done leasing in Central Florida and in South Florida. And then you get a return on that original invested equity of $3.5 million by selling to an institutional buyer. That's one way. And then, of course, you're getting large cash flow returns because your rents aren't restricted, they're driven by the marketplace.
So like 30% with your first, is that 30%, 10 million?
Well, I'm just saying the $3.5 million, you get a return on that $3.5 million. You pay off the $6.5 million loan when you sell.
Okay.
And then some people buy and hold long-term, and then they're looking for a return on their invested equity by that annual cash flow. So if you invested, going back to our example, $3.5 million, and you're getting cash flow at $350,000 a year, you're getting a 10% annualized return.
10% versus potentially 16% with affordable housing return?
Well, 16% is 16% of the total cost of development.
Okay.
But then as you operate an affordable housing development, your returns are much, much lower. Your cash flow is de minimis.
You said 7%. 7 versus 10?
I said that I said 16% is what you're allowed to earn statutorily. Sometimes the number is less because you defer some of your fee to make your numbers work.
Okay, thank you. I was generally curious about.
Okay.
I'm like, why, if it's a public good for sure, but I also want to know what the business aspect.
No, and we won't have any issue being completely transparent. In fact, I heard a discussion with the last appellant about transparency and what their numbers are and what your profits are. Florida Housing issues a credit underwriting report, which is public record, which we'd be happy to share as part of any consideration of an exemption
I
or
wouldn't
deferral.
mind having that, actually.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
but,
we'd have no issues
yeah.
doing that. It's public record anyway, so.
Yeah. I do have some other folks that have questions. Thank you so much for indulging me.
You're welcome.
I'll go with Melendez, Arguello, then Bass. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I have a couple, because I said a lot of my issues on the last concern, so I don't want to repeat them too much.
I listened to it, so you can shorten.
But one of them is, I'm curious about, on your development, what is the percentage of income-restricted tenants? Because I understand, well,
100%.
Oh, so you're allowed to go to 100, that doesn't violate any, how'd you work around that? Like, sometimes the
No,
federal.
well, maybe I'm not sure I understand the question.
Like, even like senior centers, like if I'm a senior center, even 55 and up, by law, by federal law, not even state statute, you can only do up to 80%, 20%, you can just let anybody rent. You can't restrict it. So is low-income
No.
housing, does that have like an exemption in the code somewhere?
No.
Where 100%, you're
You
saying?
can, you can rent to, you can income restrict 100% of the units in the development.
This is not low-income housing.
Yes.
It's affordable housing.
It's affordable housing.
For
And
essential
so you,
services.
and what I'm saying that is even on affordable housing, when you screen tenants to come in there, are you allowed to 100% of the tenants that get screened use an income-based approach
Yes.
in order to determine their eligibility? So if I make too much money, are you allowed to?
If you're
kick
over
somebody out?
income.
Or is there a certain percentage of the development that you can set aside for anybody to come in and make money?
You can do that on, well, look, there are some developments that are structured where less than 100% are affordable income-restricted units. In this particular case, as are most that are done, it's 100%. So you raised an interesting question, though, and that is, and this comes up a lot. You'll recall in the beginning of my remarks, I mentioned that the income restriction was at 60% of area median income or less, or let's say 50,000 for a family of four. But the federal law does not, the way the Section 42 of the Internal Revenue Service Code, which guides housing tax credits, at recertification, your income is actually allowed to go up to 140% of area median income. The idea is that you shouldn't be punished for trying to do better financially after your initial year of being.
Of eligibility.
Of eligibility,
Mobility.
correct. But that only is good for 1 year, and then you eventually have to surrender the unit after a renewal. So you can renew up to 140 for 1 year.
Okay,
So there's a lot of complicated things in here that, but those are all good questions, so.
We're a board that likes details.
Yeah, no, I like details, you can tell I like details too, so
The
this
most
is good.
boards, you know what I mean, so.
That's actually true.
Now, another one is, on your past developments, historically speaking.
Yes.
How many of those have been education-related employees that have been occupying some of your past developments? It could be in South Florida, it could be whatever. I mean, this isn't your first one.
Your definition your definition is for essential service workers. So, and I'm not a fair housing attorney, but the definition of essential service workers in the Osceola County Code that we would have to restrict units for is fairly compatible with the restrictions that we have to follow under the tax credit rules, Section 42. So you're asking, well, can you just restrict it to educational folks?
No, can't
Or,
restrict it.
no. Yeah, but let me finish my answer, because I think it's an important one, because I was brought up earlier. We can only restrict to certain, what are called protected classes. So if, let's say we wanted to do a development, hypothetically, for educators, or for people that worked for the school district, which would be, in theory, a great idea, someone who is not could challenge us and say, well, that's not a protected class. So what we have done, where we've worked with various local organizations in a public-private partnership, is we try to do some targeted marketing. So we say we're educator-friendly, or we're school district-friendly, and we market early and aggressively to those targeted marketed groups. So that way we're effectively following the law with regard to fair housing, but also trying to meet a community need, which is that threading that needle has generally been deemed acceptable.
Right, and I just want to clarify my question, because that
Oh, yeah,
wasn't
sure.
really my question.
Okay.
And I appreciate the answer.
No.
Because I wasn't looking for a restriction.
Yeah.
I was looking at the opposite. You know, since your other ones, I mean, first of all, we eligible, are educators considered essential employees eligible for?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And then, of your past developments in the past, what has that number been? Because you say you targeted, is it like, your past developments you built, are they 20% educators, 10% educators?
I would be,
40%
that,
educators? Just out of curiosity, what percentage of your tenants are from the educational field?
honestly, I would just, that would be, you're familiar with the concept of WAG. That would be what I would be doing right now. I'm not sure I can give a percentage. However, I can ask our property management people.
I'd like to see a follow-up on that. 'Cause I'm
Yeah,
just
I'm
curious.
happy to follow up.
And that was a question you probably didn't expect, but,
No, I can tell you that the universe of the people we lease to are educators, people that also work in the school districts in a number of capacities, firefighters, public sector employees, service workers. We built a development near Fort Lauderdale Airport. We had a ton of flight attendants. So, all kinds of, interesting industries.
So three more points, just so you get
Sure.
an idea. I kind of like the idea of like a cap or a deferral. That's interesting too, because in general, my philosophy, no matter how utilitarian it is, no matter how nice it is, I don't like the idea of completely exempting our impact fee, because at the end of the day, you still have an impact, you know what I mean? Because whether or not they're low income or not low income, they're still generating a student. And since you're still generating a student, I don't like the idea of completely waiving an impact fee, because when they're there, they're still gonna expect a high-quality teacher, a classroom, a laptop, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I am open to the possibility of like putting a contribution up to a certain amount, or even a deferral, because that means we still get the money, we just defer it, maybe like some kind of down payment. I don't know, I'm not gonna go over the minutia of that. We can talk about that if the board wants to approve it. I'm just kind of giving you the parameters of what I think. However, before I get into that, I kind of stated the wrong comment before the first one. This is really key for me, though, for anybody coming here. And I'm trying to say this because obviously this is becoming a thing now, and I like to be uniform and consistent. I don't like the school board being the first person to waive something because it's not specifically related to our mission. Does it have a collateral or incidental effect or impact on us? Yes. That's like what I want to say, how many educators have been in your past. So I'm not naive to think that 0 educators are going to be occupying this. So we're going to have some form of benefit. But the issue I'm having is that, and like I know you went to Florida Finance Housing and you got the state, credits and things like that. But locally, I want to see the county or the city take the lead, because technically that is their responsibility. They're supposed to, their job as county commissioners is looking at the mix of zoning and real estate development. How much is commercial, how much is housing, how much is whatever. That is their primary mission. And so when I see the county commission or the city commissioners saying, you know what, this is something that's important, then we kind of, because they do a lot for us. They donate money to us or contribute money for different programs that we do. I kind of want to be like a matching point, not the first person you go to get the money, because if we give it, nobody else does. Well, that's not our job. Then we just took away money that we need for our educational facility. So just kind of giving you my parameters of what I'm thinking is, I want to be the second or third entity that you approach and get approval from, not the first. Because then it becomes almost political. Like, oh, the school board's more lenient than, hey, we'll go to the school board and get free money. No, go to the county, and I want to see the county or the city say affordable housing is a priority. And then we'll do our part as good stewards to say, you know what, we're going to have an incidental benefit to it, or spillover benefit, because we know some of them are going to be our employees. Let's help, sweeten the pot, so to speak, to lower the rents even more. So that's just kind of that. And in kind of going into that, I'm still a little disappointed in my staff a little bit, because technically speaking, you do meet all the requirements according to our thing here. And then I looked at, and I'm sorry, because every time I look at it, I'm learning something new. Number 6, we took a check in the amount of $2,000 payable to the school district. If we knew ahead of time that we were just going to be no, why do we take their money?
No, we didn't know till they asked for the exemption.
Yeah, but we did know.
Yeah, but the thing is, but people can, but what they fill out the form, you could just tell them, hey, don't fill out the form, don't give me your check.
Well, Julius, there are developers who have filed this with us. We're in a suit right now, just to be able to then file a suit.
Yeah,
So
but I'm just,
they're right.
I'm just, and I get that, but I'm just talking about from a procedural standpoint, when somebody fills out a form and we're getting the same exact answer, we know money, there's money. If we knew there was money ahead of time, if I'm applying, before you take my check, hey, hold back your check and give them an automatic default and say, hey, you know what, we don't got no money. So the fact is that we're taking their money and we're processing them and we're stringing them along to make them look like the appearance of maybe they can get this exemption. When knowing full well we weren't gonna give them the exemption. And so to me, I kind of have like a little bit of a moral issue with that. You
And
know what I mean?
I put the.
Like, especially if you know for sure there's no money.
Let me say this in defense of the system. These are skilled developers. They go through the code, they know to ask that question up front. All right? There's not a developer out there that doesn't go, can I get all of this done? And Rhonda, we see it all the time. They go through it with us. They say, hey, look, if I file this, can I get it? And we'll tell them if they ask. Guess what? We don't have alternative revenue. I mean, so I'm going to defend the staff here because you guys are skilled enough to know how to read this and what to do. You know that.
Can I answer?
Yeah, this is a hearing.
First of all, you mentioned about not, wanting to be first in. And as I mentioned in my original remarks, we are in discussions with the city and county, and particularly with the city about waiving similar fees that they charge, and the county also about financial support for the development. So I don't know that it would be a first-in decision, but there's a prescriptive process that's laid out in the code, and we followed it. It's a little more nuanced because there isn't a prescriptive process in dealing with the city or county. We thought that we would have a prescriptive process with the city by being in their Brownsfield. We found out we're just outside their Brownsfield. So we're in discussions with them, and I'm optimistic about the discussions. As to the other thing, yeah, we enjoy writing the check, but the staff was candid with us about that there is no current, you can apply, but there isn't a dedicated source to pay for fees. I'm not.
Wow, I appreciate your transparency.
No. I wouldn't want to mislead the board. Staff was, when I first contacted staff, they said, these have been traditionally denied because of the lack of funds from another source, and we said we want to go through the process anyway and see where it goes, and that's what got us to here. So I don't feel like we've been misled.
Well, that's noble of you.
But I'll take the check back.
Well, we still
No,
burn
maybe
staff
funny.
time. We burn staff time to review it.
We're done with the board question. Can we take a recess before we go?
Yes, Mr. Arguello, and then Mr. Bass.
Yeah, were you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. So I have just scattered notes, right? But, so for one, I just wanted the idea to make this clear, like, this is not a Class A project that you're selling for less than Class A. This is
It's an affordable housing project that we will own long-term, and it will be income restricted for 50 years.
Okay. It's funny that you mentioned, I wrote the note to myself that Polk has done these. In the contrary, we have not approved one. All right, so it's just from my mindset, how do we say yes to you after saying no? All right, twice since I've been here, we've said no to developers, so how do we say yes to them? They've come with the same argument, the law hasn't changed, nothing's changed, so that's our hurdle, right? Mm-hmm. I like the deferral plan. I think that that's fair. I don't think that that's your biggest problem. The biggest problem that you guys have right now, in my opinion, I honestly take the opinion of the staff, I take the opinion of the school districts, but in the end, chiefly, my concern is the public sentiment right now. I'm surprised they let you walk into this building, right? Development is not looked favorably upon in Osceola County right now. So, I don't know, I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but Mr. Melendez, it's a very wise thing to say, go to the county first. And I'll tell you, biggest thing is just to make sure that the county's ready with the infrastructure so that we would even be able to tell the public that this is properly done, that you guys are not gonna wreak havoc upon our roads, which our roads are already chaos and havoc to begin with, right? I think that that's the chief concern for me, right? Just as somebody who has to hear from the public on a daily basis, they're not happy. If you say the word develop, you can't even talk about computer development in this county, okay? So that's one issue. Honestly, in my opinion, because the law is the law, right? I agree with your understanding of the statute, right? Which puts us in a kind of a strange predicament. I agree with your analysis. I read it when he came up with the point, I had read it before, I glossed over it. So when he read it here, and I read it again, I was like, I agree with the statute. If I have to make a call, I agree, right? So I'm also like a follow the law type of person, so I'm like, if the law says yes, even though people hate it, I would say yes, right?
It's not what the law says, the ordinance says something different, that's the problem.
Yeah, well, exactly, right? So I'm not worried about the $2,000 check. I'm pretty sure you guys, between the tanker attorney and you probably have $202,000 in your pocket. So, I mean, I think that the two biggest issues, one is I think that the public would be outraged if we gave you the pass, and two, we've already said no. So let me ask, this is a question for our attorney. If we say yes to them, are these other developers not going to have a claim? Are we allowed to decide based on the tie that you
This
learned?
is actually a multi-million-dollar decision.
Yeah.
And during the recess, I wanted to talk with Mr. DeWitt. I think I have a way to resolve this. Look, the board understands the importance of trying to come up with housing. Just so you know, there's no definition in the county code of essential workers. So it doesn't include teachers, and there's not one that says that in the state law either. So there's a lot of little details on this issue, and when we take a recess, I'd like to talk to him, and then I'll come back.
I almost feel like
Okay.
if we could almost delay the decision.
Let me go through though. So the other thing is I want to address and be clear, these are apartments.
That's correct.
Right? So when we're talking about housing and the quality of housing, we're not delivering home ownership, we're basically creating more apartments, and that's as a different level of developer conversation, right, in terms of benefiting the community. Not that I have some kind of perspective on whether it's better or worse, I'm just saying it's different, right? And then there's the projected versus a guaranteed rental, right, price that I think makes a difference. So you have a projected, which is what you've said, right? But if your costs continue to rise, then we can't even have affordable housing, because just to cover your costs is going to be a huge increase. Or do you have some kind of guarantee in terms of the rent, regardless of what your costs become?
That's a great question.
Yeah, can I go back to all of your questions?
Yeah, okay, so then let me finish.
But I'll answer that one first. How's that? Because that's an easy answer.
Okay.
Is the rents are tied to median income. The median income is published annually by HUD. So the rent is calculated based on the median income. If median income goes up, the rent goes up. If median income goes down, the rent stays at the highest level it was before. It doesn't go back down, but we can't just arbitrarily raise the rents because our costs go up.
Yeah.
So once we're locked in, that's why I said they're projected rents, because it's based on the 2022 published median incomes for Osceola County. So if they change in 2023 or 2024, when we start leasing, then they might be different.
Okay.
So anyway.
Understood, thank you.
No problem.
The other thing is, we would look really bad if we give you a couple $1,000,000 here tonight, right? And we fail to, on the night that you had 100 teachers come in here and complain that they're, getting thrown out of their homes, right? And then we're giving you cash and we don't do that for our teachers. Again, optics, bad night, I don't know, planning issue, I know from a legal perspective, that's not a big deal. For people who are elected, it is, and not because of the elections, but because that's who we answer to, right? I mean, for me, that makes it very complicated for us to give you money. So I think that those are issues I think that need to be discussed. My concerns, right? Number one, about the cost benefit to the community of giving you guys that cash, right? And then I think it comes down to basically a strategic financial decision on our part, whether we're going to be doing this for you and for others or not, right? The relationship between the interlocal agreement that is clearly absent here with the county, on projects like this, right, and the cities. I mean, I think that you would be in the city.
Yes.
So, I mean, is there a guarantee also? I know that he touched on this for teachers. There's no guarantee, it's not a protected, teachers are not a protected class. And I think that that's kind of what was missing in his statement before about, because basically, when you do a 55 and up, it is about a protected class, your ratio and so on.
Right.
There's no protected
Or
class
62
here.
plus, yeah.
Teachers are not a protected class. There's no way to really work that in, right? You can't.
But we can target market and focus our marketing efforts at teachers.
Yeah.
You know, we can agree on a marketing program with you that,
And
So
just-
you-
and just
we
so
can
that
do
you know, Mr.
things
Aguero,
like that. We
I
just
don't mean
can't.
to interrupt you, but just
Yeah.
kind of like, I'm listening to what you're saying, and just on that alone, I'm leaning more towards a deferral, because technically, it's not a cash layout. So technically, you're not paying from one pot of money to pay for the other. A deferral is just delaying when you receive the income. So to me, that's kind of like a little bit of a coverage.
I'm in 100%
I'm
agreement
leaning
with
in
the
that way,
deferral
and
process.
I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
hey, that way we're not telling the teachers we're giving them money, we're just deferring the collection of it.
Yeah.
Would you guys ever consider partnering with a school district to build housing just for teachers and employees of a district?
you know, outside of this, like then in a future endeavor. Sure. But I can't commit to that on this project. But it's just, you're asking a high-level question. Yes, the short answer is yes.
Yeah, so I think that the deferral thing is actually good. I like that from the minute we started talking about deferral. I think that would make sense. The money's still coming in, you're covered, timing's good for everyone, we're promoting the business. I think that works well.
May I answer?
And just to let you know, when I think of a deferral, and the rest of the board can mention their thing, I don't want to dominate the discussion, but it would mean like a down payment too. Not like deferral, we get zero year one and then whatever. Like, just like when you buy a house, you pay like 20% down or something.
We've
So
had
we
a
get some money.
developer approach us about a deferral program, and Sarah and I are meeting with them to discuss that,
Okay.
how it would work, et cetera.
May I just briefly address a couple of things?
Absolutely, please do.
Very briefly. One, you said, developers, not so great. Well, as you heard other people say tonight, many of your teachers, is finding affordable housing is critical. I love what I do, and I find that affordable housing, finally, after my whole career dedicated to this, people actually are like, yay. Thank God someone cares about affordable housing. And how many meetings I've been in where I've had to listen to 100 people say, I don't want that in my backyard. Now everyone embraces. It's a different dynamic. The second thing is that this development is almost permit ready. We've been through the whole development approval process with the city of Kissimmee, including traffic studies and all the development, stormwater. We have a South Water Management District permit. We're on the verge of shovel readiness. We're in our second round of building permit reviews. So, we've kind of tackled some of these growth management issues. The third thing is that you mentioned it's rental. Sure, it's rental, but rental's in high demand, and we do a program where we rebate 5% of a resident's rent paid during their term of tenancy to down payment assistance if they enter a first-time home buyer program. So they have to live with us for 2 years in order to be vested. But then if they bring in a closing statement or anything, we wire to the title company when they terminate their lease.
Have you driven, let me ask you a question really quick. Have you driven down Hoagland towards, let's say, John Young and Pleasant Hill around the hours of?
Yes, I have. It's not pretty.
Yeah. So, their studies,
I know.
They don't hold a lot of gas.
I should disclose, we were finance counsel for many years for the Florida Housing Finance Authority. I saw all the tax credits given, everything. I'm trying to find where those housing is that were subsidized, because everywhere I look, people say there's no affordable housing.
Oh, I can help.
This story goes back 30, 40 years.
I know that we're going into a different conversation right now, and Mr. Bass still has a couple of questions. Did all
Right,
of
were you
your
done
answers
answering?
get-
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bass?
Okay, I'll try to be brief.
Oh, thank you.
Nothing wrong with your business plan, nothing wrong with your model, nothing wrong with you coming to us and asking for a reduction. This being my last board meeting, I won't be here to batten down the financial hatches, but it appears to me, in my limited knowledge, that we have a financial storm on the horizon for us. And let me explain. As Mr. Arroyo said, your timing couldn't have been worse as far as your timing of this particular night. You listened for an hour and a half from teachers who desperately need a COLA, cost of living increase, and I hope the future board is going to be able to carve out enough to make a substantial kind of contribution. I really do. I hope, but that's going to make some deep cuts. It's going to hurt. Our district is 67th out of 67 in administrative costs, which means Sarah's pencils are probably the sharpest in the state. So that being one thing, we have on the ballot right now, as was said earlier, a sales tax extension that I'm not saying I'm in favor or against it, but the odds of it failing is pretty high. So in 2 years, that sunsets. That reduces our budget by another $20 million. Impact fees for new construction. It's been the land of milk and honey over the last couple of years. But I'm just going to read something to you really quick. Just came out a couple days ago. Home builders say housing starts will fall even further in 2023. Home building confidence continued its downward spiral in October, hitting its lowest level since 2012, according to the National Association of Home Builders. So, I'm kind of forecasting that our impact revenue is going to tank. So it's just it's a multitude of income revenue reduction issues that are going to hit us really hard over the next couple of years. So that's the dollars and cents portion. That's one of my big concerns. And my second concern is on page 2. I was reading the top that says the community will be 100% affordable for households at 60% of area income or less, adjusted to family size, $49,740 for a family of 4. Well, our starting teachers make $48,500, so would they even qualify? I mean, it wouldn't be affordable then, because if they worked, and that means the husband or nobody else in the household could work, because they're going to be well above that $49,740 threshold.
Yeah, like I mentioned, the income guidelines are published annually by.
I know, but
yes, I know.
I want our teachers to have affordable housing.
I understand.
And it's not going to be affordable because they don't qualify, because they make too much. So that's what I'm saying.
Even if you were targeting wink, our teachers, they still would not qualify.
First of all, meaning, there's a lot of dynamics involved in what will the median income be,
Paras,
and what would the teacher pay and our income limits be at the time of lease up, and that we can target other district employees, teacher aides, and cafeteria workers, bus drivers, all kinds of folks. You're a big employer.
Okay, I'm being asked to have a recess of this hearing. In the future, can we have these separate from our board meetings?
I know, I feel like they should be rushed.
We're gonna have a recess.
Okay, thank you.
What am I gonna read this in
It's
2
like an
minutes?
expulsion, it's like we have an expulsion right at the same day of a board meeting, it's like, they should have. I agree with you.
I feel like, I don't.
Julie, do you understand what I'm saying?
answer? Yes? Okay.
Madam Chair, at this point, the developer's spoken with me. They are going to table indefinitely, if the board would so do it, this hearing, give them an opportunity to meet with us and talk through some of the concepts that we've been working on, because they recognize this is a far more global issue. It also lets us talk with the county and the cities and try and coordinate this to where everybody can have a solution in this situation.
Okay, a couple things, and I said this before we recessed the meeting. I cannot have a hearing during a school board meeting and be expected to read all of this and then make a decision. So we need to talk about how we have these hearings. Because, I mean, I'm asking questions based on skimming something, and I don't think that's the best way for any of us to be responsible for the choices that we make. So we need to keep that into account as we move forward with
We'll do them separately.
what I'm assuming.
Coordinate with the chair.
Thank you. Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, I had a comment, I had to ask Mr. Kroppenbacher if you were an attorney, because I didn't know that they let tankers into law school, their odd behavior, but, second only to Cav Scouts. I appreciate you guys coming in, very well prepared, just like previous, and I appreciate your patience and your knowledge and so on, and I hope that there's some way we can, not just turn you away blindly, but do what's smart for the community, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to, we have no unfinished business, we do have 2 items under new business. Adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Melendez?
Thank you. And it's actually very similar to what we were just talking about. There's an interlocal agreement that currently exists, talking about school facilities, kind of like we were talking about last week. Can we take into consideration teacher salaries and things like that? No, we're gonna discuss it next week. She doesn't have to be here.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, right, it's a late meeting, so we're gonna bring it to the next agenda. So, but just to let you know, I have reviewed the ordinance with the county, and it does allow the school district to have conversations with the city and the county and say, hey, this is the impact that they're having with schools. So it was nice to actually read it in black and white, and that somebody had done a public records request and they shared it to me. And I looked at the records and I'm like, whoa, it does say, and it actually has something called a TWIG, a technical working group or something like that, where they're supposed to get together with the county on a regular basis and know things in advance of when developments are happening. So there should be no 10-day, oh my God, hurry up and shoot the gun period. No, there's supposed to be regular meeting and having minutes and having discussions. We'll discuss that later, Frank. It's
No,
later.
you
I'm just giving you a
you
summary.
opened the door, I gotta
Okay.
tell the board something and see if
Okay.
they'll authorize this.
I was trying to be quick, I'm
The
sorry.
county has been working for 8 years, according to you, on the new siding ordinance for schools. They recently sent it to, on the 25th, asking for a response within 10 days.
No, they wanted it
First-
today.
Huh?
They wanted it today.
They wanted it today. There was no way for staff to go through it. It's got issues. They said they were going to bring it to the board there in December.
Right.
And I'd like your authority to write on behalf of the board and say, we would like this matter continued because we've had no chance to dissect it. More importantly, we've had no chance to get your input.
And we could cite the interlocal agreement in itself too, because technically, even though it's kind of like, I guess, non-binding, because what's the consequence of it? But we have an interlocal agreement for a reason, and it even says on there, and I'm sorry, I'd open up Pandora's box a little bit, that the school board is even allowed to appoint somebody to the planning commission too, as well. We're allowed to.
We do all of that.
I understand that, but we're gonna have a long, I want to try to stop talking around that. I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm trying to keep it as brief as possible without saying, because it's late, we're trying to have a meeting later. I just want to let you know that I saw that.
Rhonda,
I'm not gonna
big
make any
point is-
decisions.
But just quickly, so we're really intertwining several set of documents, but I just feel the necessity. So the TWIG is the technical working group. That's just the planning department from the 2 cities and the county and us. We don't sit there and review the development at those meetings. Think of them more as a business advisory board. We come and talk 4 times a year, once as an intergovernmental group where all the city and county managers are together, and we go over our comp plan.
Can you give me the minutes of those meetings, the past year?
So we look at things like where future growth is going. They might tell us about a key project. That's where we get them to look at the future school sites that developers are looking at dedicating to us, and they have to approve them before we can move them forward. So we're still back, though, to when we receive a development application to determine the impact of a development on school capacity. It has been the way since I've been in as a director since 2014, so it was a policy already in place. We get up to 10 days to turn that comment around. So the twig
Where's
is,
she getting this 10-day from? I didn't read anywhere in the local agreement this 10 days.
so that is the
Is this like
mutual
an internal memo,
that
or
is
like-
the mutual understanding with all of the county and the cities. It was in place when I took over as director in 2014.
It's not a written policy.
And as Mr. Kruppenbacher was just saying,
Rhonda, the big thing for tonight is we got the authority to tell the county, stop. We have not had adequate time, and our board wants
And I want to review.
For the school citing
and I wanna
standards.
review the interlocal agreement and anything with that. I want to see like the minutes of the TWIG meetings of the last year, what kind of dialogue and to what extent that we're going into, and also our planning, who is our person appointed to the planning commission?
so that is me.
Because it says there at the authority that the school board can appoint somebody.
So that we have
I
a
don't
letter.
remember appointing anybody.
So the previous board put that letter into place, and it stands until it is changed.
Well, we'll do the history.
Okay.
I'll meet with you offline and we'll get all the records, because you've been good though, because I've gotten the records, I'm just reading them for the first time.
Okay.
And then the other thing, and not related to Rhonda, is again.
I have a question on that topic.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's good. No, I.
Before I switch.
Light on. Yeah.
No, before I switch topics, I'm gonna give you the opportunity. to
Yeah,
cover
that's,
that
yeah,
topic
the same,
before we
yeah,
go on to that.
absolutely. So, my question, first of all, did I miss the email or all the documents that I requested? Was that sent? I didn't see it. It's possible it didn't come, or,
We were filling public records requests, so I have not done the request for,
we don't have that stuff like on file?
yes.
Okay, so we needed to do a public records request?
No,
for
what
that?
I'm saying is we had several public records requests that required my staff's time. So to be perfectly honest, we gave those the priority since at the turnaround time.
Yep.
So I do have it on my agenda still to fulfill your request for 3 school capacity reports.
Okay. And then the other thing, it's regarding the same issue. I mean, can't we at this stage maybe meet with the county? Can't we have the meeting that we should have had a long time ago with the county? Right? I mean, the one that we have failed to procure for previous, I mean, I think that there needs to be a room that we can come into and hash some of this stuff out, right? I mean, so as part of your discussion that you're gonna have, I think.
And I think
let
it's
that be
appropriate
it.
then, Rhonda, that you submit the interlocal agreement to all the board members ahead of time. Because I got it through the public records request. But if everybody can read it and kind of get up to date, so before we meet with the county, we kind of like get an idea of what's in the language. Because I don't want to just meet with them and like not have done the homework ahead of time. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Claudia?
Just for confirmation, the hearing, the item that was on there to be voted on, is that pulled, tabled?
Indefinitely.
Tabled
Until
indefinitely.
somebody brings it up, I
action was
guess,
taken.
again.
Thank you.
Now, the last item, I know it's super late, we'll talk about it again. I already brought it up, we can discuss it another one, because Mr. Boyd carries multiple hats. And just want to put out there, he did not mention it. This was no retribution on the man. This was me personally seeing what he does and what he did. Because Mr. Boyd was accusing me probably for even bringing this up later. But I have to be honest. I'm a person where I'm as conservative as they come when it comes to money. I hate spending money. But when it's something that I see that's earned, I like it. And I don't mean like giving him a raise, but the fact is, this guy's our chief negotiator. He's our government relations person. He does all the policies and procedures. I don't even know if one man, what if he retired tomorrow? You wouldn't be able to have one person be able to do it. We would have to have 2 positions. So why are we taking advantage of a person that's literally doing 2 jobs? So I believe that later on, we can discuss this later, Madam Chair, about maybe creating a coordinator position that can alleviate some of his work. Now, he can still be responsible for the final outcome, but maybe just somebody that does policy. Look, the guy's here till late at night, and he's still got to negotiate the collective bargaining till the weeds of the night, and I don't want to burn the man out, or burn the position out. It's not even about Mr. Boyd. It's about, again, I like to be fair assessments. When I call a ball, I call a strike a strike. And that position needs to have a coordinator position that can help them write up some of these policies and procedures, look at it, what's going on. However that looks, I don't know, Dr. Pace, but I just would love for you to look at that at the next board meeting and kind of get an idea of what job description would be for a coordinator position in that field.
And when we say the next board meeting, November the 26th.
Oh, yeah, not the next, okay, no.
The following
Okay,
one.
okay, not the, yeah. We got reorganization, okay, not the reorganization, not, yeah, because everyone wants to go to Thanksgiving and go eat. But yes, but Dr., I have faith in you, Dr.
I'm
Pace. I'll
happy to
trust
work
you
with
that you
Mr.
can
Boyd and Ms. Otterston and Mr. Phelps and come up with a draft job description for review.
Awesome.
Good job,
All set?
Mr. Boyd.
Meeting adjourned.